Madam Clerk, are we ready to get back in session? We're streaming? Not yet, almost. We don't stop streaming. We just stop being in session. Okay. Very good. In that case, I'll bring us back into session. Councilor Rivera, I'm sorry. I know you, I'll just interrupt you for 1 second. If you could make a motion to get us back into session.
Thank you, Mayor. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1J, I move that the governing body reconvene in open session and state for the record that the matters discussed in the closed session were limited to those specified in the motion for closure.
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Opposed, motion carries. Madam Clerk, why don't you take us to the next item then on the agenda?
Sorry, that would be matters from the city clerk, which is me, but I am going to just let us move on with our business.
Okay, communications from the governing body. Let's just go down the line. We'll start with you, Councilor Lee Garcia. You have the floor.
Mayor, I don't have anything tonight. Thanks.
Councilor Cassett?
I don't think I have anything. Well, thank you, Andrea. Are you still here? Oh, she left. Well, she'll watch the stream. Thank you, Andrea. We will miss you so very much. Thank you for all your work, and we've really appreciated everything that you've done, and really just, I mean, I didn't have time to think about this. We just found out, but really, really going to miss her. So wanted to recognize Andrea and her work and wish her luck on her next journey.
Thank you.
I've already wished Andrea luck and congratulations on her new position. So I don't have anything else. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Councilor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. I would echo that. All good luck to you, Andrea. I also want to give a huge thank you to the road crew. Oh my gosh, they have done such a good job. They've been awesome. I live right at the top of Gonzales Hill. I haven't called my insurance company before I've left the house one time this year. They've just done amazing work, and they're super cheerful about it. So hats off to the guys and gals that have dealt with some really, really treacherous weather. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Villarreal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to also tell Andrea Salazar that it was a pleasure working with her, and I wish her the best of luck in her new digs. And I also wanted to thank Tenzin Lato. I think I might say his last name incorrect. He's in our IT department, and I had some technical issues, and I needed to review my packet, so he helped me on a Sunday. So I really appreciate that our staff, we have on-call staff on IT to help with those kind of issues. So thank you. And then just wanted to let folks know there's a Artworks Works student art exhibit this Friday at 5 at our Santa Fe Community Gallery, and it will be focusing on youth and art pieces that they have submitted with in partnership with Artworks programming. So check it out. Thank you. That's all I
Thank
have.
you. Councilor Michael Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Just as well, shout out to City Attorney Andrea on her next adventure. Have fun, but don't forget about all the fun that we have at City. Maybe it'll bring her back here.
Boomerang.
And then just a quick shout out to my daughter. She celebrated a sweet 16th birthday yesterday.
Congratulations. Councilor Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. Wanted to thank our road crews as well for the great work they did all throughout the city. The day that it snowed, I went from one side of town to the other, and it looked great. So they did a great job. So we can pass that along, Mr. Blair. Also, I wanted to take a brief second to thank the city manager, deputy city manager, Danny Mackey for all the work they've done with the Airport Advisory Board and their requests. There's a lot of needs out there still, and thanks to the hiring of the new airport manager, I don't know, what's James's last name? Harris. Who I don't think everyone has met yet, but maybe we can get him here just for an introduction at some point. But just thank them for addressing all the needs of the airport, including hiring staff and taking care of other things. So everyone at the airport seems to be pretty happy right now. I also wanted to congratulate the public utility, the water division source of supply staff. Jesse Roach was at Public Works on Monday, and we recognize them for winning an award. I'm not sure what the name of the award is. It's pretty long, but they've won it twice in 3 years. So our water source supply staff, Jonathan Montoya and his whole crew, fabulous job. So they continue to do great work. And then wanted to ask the governing body if it takes about an hour, but there's a video out there called The Call We Carry, based on the Tacoma Fire Department. And it talks about really the trauma that our public safety people carry. And I didn't realize how much I was carrying until I watched this. So I'm currently in the process of trying to get some help, but really for our police and fire who deal with stuff on a daily basis, it's tough. And this will maybe give you an idea of what they go through on a daily, yearly career basis. When the football player for the Buffalo Bills went in a cardiac arrest on the field, you saw the reaction of those players, and then they stopped play, never continued the game, never made it up. And I'm thinking, here we are, public safety, police, fire, we go to that, and then we have to be ready within 20 minutes to go to the next thing. Sometimes it's the same, sometimes it's less, sometimes it's something much worse. And this continues over the course of, for me, a 25-year career. So tough things, but we'll figure it out. Thank you. Thank
You
you.
can make sure we all have the correct name so we can find it. That'd be great.
Okay.
Counselor Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to wish Andrea good luck. And I want to just send a huge thank you to the road crews, but I also want to recognize City Manager Blair, because during the chaos of those snowy mornings, he's super responsive to me when I am reaching out to him about roads. And he's in quick communication, and there's always a quick response. So your leadership is also very much so appreciated. And today is a very special day because my daughter turned 7. And some people here know Lena. She is a light, like I spoke about earlier. Her presence, her beauty, her personality. She is who I hope to grow up to be. And she's only 7. So I want to wish her a happy birthday. She was very sad about not being 6 anymore last night, but she's going to have so much fun as a 7-year-old. So I know she's watching. I love you. Happy birthday, baby.
Oh, you know, happy birthday from all of us. I'll very briefly, congratulations to Santa Fe. We are the #1 city in the country, small towns and smaller cities, best places to live and work as a movie maker 2023. We can, yeah, thank you very much. No, don't clap. But if you see a movie maker, give them a hug. It continues to amaze and delight all of us that we get ranked #1, #2 in all of these categories, whether it's an opportunity to make film, be creative, publish novels, write poetry, you name it. Our creative presence is just incredible, and we keep getting these awards, and we should thank our team that helps make it happen in arts and culture, but also the people who live here who make it happen. We couldn't do it without that community. I will forego the opportunity. I will at some point in the future, since John mentioned the Conference of Mayors Summit in DC. I will give you an update on what other city mayors are all talking about and what we have in common with them as well, and where areas where we're doing exceptionally well, areas where we need to double down to do even better. But to John's point, it is always very gratifying to me when I go out to one of those events and the badge I wear says Santa Fe Mayor. The number of people who come up to me, they don't care about me. They care about Santa Fe, and they all say, I love your city. It's on my list of places to go. If I've been there, it's on my list to come back to. There's no city in America with that kind of affection on the part of other people. And we may take it for granted, but we shouldn't, because in the orbit of cities, we are really, really a special place that other people praise and say. You don't hear it about many places at these mayoral summits, but invariably the mayor of Santa Fe, the city, gets high priority. So be proud.
Mayor, can I just have one more moment? I wanted to follow up on what Councilor Rivera shared about the call we carry. And we had actually had a presentation from the fire department at Quality of Life, and they brought forward, they sent us the documentary so we could see it, but they also, I really want to encourage everyone to watch that Quality of Life, because we had members of our fire department sharing some of their experiences, and it was really powerful to hear, as well as discussing what the fire department is doing to really address this issue. So I wanted to make sure Councilor Rivera was aware, as well as the general population, because you're right, it's something we don't think about and a really crucial issue. So thank you for bringing it up.
If I can just real quickly, Mayor, I think the people that are lacking are really those people that have retired and really are away from their comfort area, their comfort group. And I can probably list 5 or 6 people off the top of my head that have retired and passed away from alcohol or substance abuse. So it's hitting retirees pretty hard as well.
And it does with the military as well. All right, thank you, everybody. Let's close out the communications from the governing body and move to item 15, which is rapid introduction of legislation.
Mayor, if I could just say one more point on that Councilor Rivera doesn't mention is how amazing that our firefighters also have to then go home after a hard shift and suddenly become husbands, fathers, and friends immediately to their loved ones. So thank you, Councilor Rivera, because I know what that's like to leave a call and come right home and jump into being a husband and a father and a friend to your other firefighters. So sorry, Mayor, I just wanted to acknowledge that.
Thank you, Christine.
Yes. Item 15B is our next item. It's consideration of a bill approving a lease agreement between the City of Santa Fe and Specifica LLC for the lease of city-owned building and improvements located at 500 Market Street within the rail yard within the city and county of Santa Fe, New Mexico, to expand its biotechnological company. Sorry. And this one is just an introduction. It is sponsored by Mayor Weber, Councilor Lindell, Councilor Cassett, and Councilor Romero Worth, if anyone would like to say.
Any of my co-sponsors want to speak to it? We're good. Thank you.
All right. We did already have petitions from the floor, so we'll move on to public comment on bills. This is a first public comment. There is no action, but item 17A is consideration of a bill sponsored by Councilor Cassett and Councilwoman Villarreal. It's an ordinance amending SFCC 1987 to use gender neutral language.
Is public comment. We also may have somebody on Zoom who wishes to take advantage of public comment. Is there anyone here who wants to comment on this bill? It's not voting on, it's just a chance to comment on it before it moves forward.
Mayor, we do have 2 individuals on Zoom. So I'll go ahead,
Please.
hopefully, and work through that.
Hopefully the technology works better.
Ryan Martinez.
Hello, I'm wanting to discuss the firearms resolution. Is this a proper time or do I have to wait?
Mr. Martinez, this is not the time for that, and that item actually, this is not the time for that. The one resolution was approved already.
Okay, so we're not going to be you're not going to be voting on the firearms resolution today?
No, we already did, sir. You missed it, and it was not for public comment. It was just a vote from the governing body.
Okay, could I still make a comment or?
No, sir.
No,
that-
this one's specific to
This is only for the bill that's been introduced regarding gender neutral language, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry for the disappointment. Is there anyone else in the Zoom room who wishes to speak to this one?
Yes, Miss Stephanie Benenato.
Hello, I hope you can hear me now. Stephanie Benenato, you can hear me? Just shake your heads, please.
We can hear you.
Thank you. I think this is long overdue, and I appreciate that it's being brought forward. I believe I was reading the variance requirements under the BOA, part of the land use ordinance, and it definitely needs this kind of looking at. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who wants to make a public comment on this bill? If not, Madam Clerk, can we go to the next public comment bill?
Yes, the next item is item B, consideration of a bill sponsored by Mayor Weber. It's an ordinance amending section 2-8.2A, creation of department by removing language that prescribes a recreation division as a division of the Community Health and Safety Department and Family and Youth Services as a component of the Community Services Department, and by removing the term safety from the name of the Office of Emergency Management and Safety.
Anyone who wants to speak to that bill, either who is in the room or who is on Zoom at this time? Madam Clerk, any hands in the Zoom room at the moment?
No, sir.
All right, then let's go to the next item, please.
The next item is consideration of a bill sponsored by Councilor Romero Worth and Councilor Cassett. It's an ordinance amending sections 2-1.9, 2-4.6, and 19-4 SFCC 1987 to authorize governing body members to employ staff when funds are budgeted for that purpose, and aligning those sections with the City of Santa Fe Charter.
Again, this is for public comment. Is there anyone who wants to speak to that bill, either on Zoom or in the room?
Mayor Weber, Miss Stephanie Benenato.
Very good.
Stephanie?
Yeah, thank you. Stephanie Benenato. I kind of wonder what that really means. Are we trying to professionalize city council and have more staff, support staff, after having so much managerial level being instituted at the city? And I have to again say, I really resent that you don't have contact information for each department on this webpage. It is not transparent. Calling constituent services is not okay. So I'm not really for it. It's vague about, well, when it's appropriated or whatever the exact wording was. I would want it to be specific. I want to know if you want to hire staff because you have a special project that you're working on. I don't know what that even could be, or you just want to have administrative help, all the time, all year. And I think we as citizens should actually be voting on that by referendum. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the Zoom room or in this room who wants to speak on this item? Madam Clerk, what's the next one?
Sorry. Mayor Weber, the next item is consideration of a bill sponsored by Mayor Weber. It's an ordinance relating to fire safety, creating a new section 12-7 SFCC 1987 to allow the city manager, in consultation with the fire chief, emergency manager, and the director of the Community Health and Safety Department, to close certain public spaces if fire conditions require such closure to protect life or property and to preserve public peace and safety.
Is there anyone in the room here or in the Zoom room who wants to speak to that bill? Any hands? No? Okay. Please go to the next one then.
Right, the next item is consideration of a bill sponsored by Mayor Weber. It's an ordinance amending section 14-6.2. I to permit cannabis retailers wholly owned by a tribe within 400 feet of another retailer if the other retailer initiates its application for a cannabis retail license after the retailer wholly owned by a tribe.
Comments for that bill? Public comment, anyone? In the Zoom room?
Yes, Mayor.
Go.
Richard Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I appreciate the opportunity to speak very briefly on this bill. My name is Richard Hughes. I'm an attorney with the Rothstein Law Firm here in Santa Fe. I represent the Pueblo of Picaris. The Pueblo of Picaris, as many of you may know, is a very small, very remote Pueblo. It does not have any gaming activity. It does not have any significant economic activity to speak of. It has been a majority owner of the Hotel Santa Fe for a number of years, but otherwise has a very difficult time providing for the services for its 150 or so members. The Pueblo has been very anxious to try to get into the cannabis business, and with help from the hotel, it was able to acquire a property at the corner of Sandoval and Alameda, the former First National Bank drive-up branch, and it obtained a zoning confirmation for that business more than a year ago. And as soon as the deadline for applications opened, it filed an application for a cannabis permit. Unfortunately, the Office of State Government that was reviewing those permits lost the application twice, and it took a number of months, about almost 8 months or 9 months, for that permit finally to be approved. And by the time it was approved, unfortunately, another facility had been opened across the street. This proposed amendment would allow Picaris to go ahead and open its cannabis facility at the property that it purchased at Alameda and Sandoval. And we would be very grateful if the governing body would give favorable consideration to this measure. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else in the Zoom room who wants to speak on this bill?
Yes, Mayor. Miss Stephanie Beninato.
Stephanie Beninato. I am happy that Richard Hughes spoke and explained the situation. It was very helpful. And I would support this measure. I think it's important to promote Native American businesses, especially one that could be in Santa Fe. And I think the other cannabis business nearby has multiple dispensaries in several towns and maybe even in other states. So again, a more local indigenous business, I would favor that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on this particular bill? If not, Madam Clerk, I believe we're on to the next section of our business.
Yes, Mayor, we are. We're on to final action. The next item is 18A. It's consideration of a bill sponsored by Councilor Lindell, Mayor Weber, and Councilor Chavez. It is an ordinance amending section 12-10.1.10 of the Uniform Traffic Ordinance governing mufflers and emission control devices, and amending Schedule A of the Uniform Traffic Ordinance to increase penalties for muffler noise violations. And Deputy Chief Matthew Champlin is available for this item.
I think we'll begin with the presentation from our police department. We'll go to members of the public, and then we will consider the business of the amendments that are already on board and move forward. Chief?
Good evening. assuming this is on. It's a new mic for me. Sorry. Last time I was here. So this evening, we've been a long way to bring the muffler ordinance finally here.
I think you're going to need to get a little closer.
So this evening, we've come a long way to bring the muffler ordinance finally here. I got a chance to review it yesterday as far as the amendments go. As you all know, there's about 6 amendments to it. The counselors have done a very extensive job in adding to it and being very conscientious of many different factors. I believe it looks well. I'm here to discuss any matters that the police department can answer, but I think I'll defer to the sponsors and those that have made the amendments to discuss.
Thank you. I think we're all pretty familiar. Yes,
And Mayor, counselors, I was going to just let you know that Kyle Hibner is on the Zoom in case we do need him for any questions from the prosecutor or to the prosecutor.
great. Thank you. Why don't we, I think that's great. And if you'll just hang on, I'm sure there will be questions when we get to that part of the process. I think at this point, I would entertain public comment. If you want to speak for or against this measure, please get as best you can in a line over there, and we'll give the folks who have been waiting their opportunity to speak to this. Madam Clerk, we usually set the clock at 2 minutes for these. So please introduce yourself, give us your name, your address, and then we'll have an opportunity to hear your input on the bill.
My name is Pam Parfit. I live, you want my street address number?
Just
1304 Arenal Court,
Terrific.
37501.
Thank you. You have the floor.
Mayor Weber and city council members, I represent the disability community in Santa Fe. When you are considering action on this bill, please keep in mind those people with hearing disabilities, PTSD, anxiety, and panic disorders. This is not to come against young people, but consider the rights of those with disabilities and those who are older to peaceful and happy enjoyment of life in Santa Fe. We cannot change our hearing disabilities. You get a hearing aid, but it amplifies muffler noise. You may have hyperacusis, which means you are overly sensitive to ordinary noise. When you are disabled in your hearing, you actually become more sensitive to noise the more impaired you are because of something called recruitment. Hair cells that are operational jump in and are recruited to amplify any sound. So people with PTSD are doing their best. When you consider the young versus the old or disabled, please consider like smokers' rights versus those people who have a right to a clean breath of fresh air. Whose rights are more important here? So I have lots of kids, lots of grandkids. I love for them to be having a good time, but not at my expense. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Perfect timing. Yes.
My name is Molly Langley. I live at 1512 Joan Gaspar Avenue. And
You pull the mic up just a little bit. Everybody's a little bit
better.
yeah,
Sorry.
it's
Okay.
perfect. Thank you.
1512 Doan Gaspar. I sit at the corner of Doan Gaspar and Lupita up by the hospital. I am for raising the fines on the illegal mufflers. It's kind of a different infraction than rolling through a stop sign, which I'm not crazy about, and running a red light. Sometimes people accidentally do that, but those modified mufflers are not accidental. That is something that somebody goes out of their way to do. And I am not in support of that. I'm a member of Stop Aggressive Drivers, an organization that this is just one aspect of it, the noisy mufflers. We have a change.org petition where 1,445 people I checked tonight signed. Are you aware of that? 1,445 people have signed that petition and about 60 people have commented. This is not unique to Santa Fe. I love Santa Fe too. It's charming. It's a charm alarm place. But if we are going to continue with infill, and that does seem to be the direction that we're going, we need to get control over the roads, people's behavior on those roads, pedestrians, bike riders, people crossing the street. They have rights too. And I realize this is mission creep. This is not just about noise. This is about people's behavior behind the wheel of a car. We have laws on the books, and I just want them enforced. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and esteemed undercompensated counselors. I'm here representing the Lodgers Association with their authority. We appreciate and thank you for finally addressing this issue. The main thing that we want to say is, please look at the noise cameras. They're apolitical, they're aracial, they're non-discriminatory. They're not about to be used in Albuquerque. They're used in that place over there in Tennessee and Longmont, Colorado, and they're a great solution. It takes pressure off the police and the sheriff's department, and it will issue a ticket, and that is the only way this will be enforced. And I think that the lodgers feel strongly that the fines are not what we wanted, but they're good enough. But the enforcement has to be immediate, and we just endorse the noise cameras. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. You're so familiar, you forgot to give us your name, Joe, for the record.
Joe Sheps, 200 Valle del Sol, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
I think we all knew it, but it's good to have it in the record, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilmen, Councilwomen. I hope you guys can hear me. We all know I have a big mouth. Hello, I'm Bridget Dixon. I'm the president and CEO of the Santa Fe Chamber of Commerce. I reside at 4147 Las Brisas. And the Chamber has been the voice of business in our community for over 100 years. And we represent over 700 member businesses. As we all know, there are many reasons why people love the city different. The natural beauty, the rich cultural experience, and the serene environment. However, before us is an issue that distracts from the tranquility of our community with excessively loud mufflers. A revving motor can feel threatening and aggressive. The Chamber has received numerous phone calls and emails from concerned residents and business owners about this problem. Not only is this disrupting to our business community and neighborhoods, it distracts from the tourist experience. While the Chamber believes that a higher fine would deter people from installing loud mufflers, we understand there's been many iterations and compromises to get us to this point this evening. And I applaud all of you for working together. So for these reasons, we do support the modified ordinance, and we're just excited to see something get put in place to really take care of our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone on Zoom who is waiting their turn to speak on the public hearing side of this?
Yes, Mayor. Is Stephanie Beninato?
Good evening, Stephanie Beninato. I am in support of raising the fines. However, I think enforcement is really the key. And if what Joe Shep said about these cameras that could actually record people with loud mufflers, I think this would be really good. I work in downtown as a tour guide outside. It is deafening at times in the early evenings around 7 on Sundays and Thursdays when I do tours. It is also, many visitors have commented about how unpleasant the noise is, how they can hear these vehicles all night long in downtown hotels. I also live in South Capitol on a fairly, small arterial, and it's getting louder and louder. It's not bad enough that we have traffic backed up a block and a half, but now we have also more loud vehicles and large vehicles like food delivery trucks going down our street at 5 o'clock in the morning. Really don't understand why they can't sort of go around onto St. Francis and go that way and avoid what really is a residential neighborhood at that hour. But that's another issue. Again, enforcement in some way that it will really be enforced, because just raising the fine will not be enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the Zoom room who has a hand up?
Yes, Mayor Michael. It's Michael_MT.
Yes, yes, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Yeah, I've had a problem with this for
Sir,
a very long
you-
time.
Excuse me, can you give us your full name, sir?
I'm sorry. Michael Gallagher. I live at Colonitas Campestris, near Fort Marcy Tennis Court Park.
You
Okay.
have the floor. Yes, sir.
Okay. Listen, this has been an issue for me for many decades, if you will, a long, long time. In the summertime, the windows are open. I hear this noise 24/7, really and truly 24/7. If I wake up in the morning, I might hear them. If I'm waken up by some noise, it's the motorcycles. And I really, really, really hope you can do something about this. It's an age-old problem where people have power to do these things like make noise or do all this other stuff. I hope you have the courage, I suppose, to do something about it. That's pretty much what I have to say.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else in the Zoom room with a hand up? Not at this time. Anyone in the audience who wants to speak to this bill? I don't see any hands. What I would entertain at this time then is a motion and then take up the amendments and move forward.
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, thank you. We've got the bill in front of us and we have a number of proposed amendments.
Mayor.
Counselor- I'm sorry.
I have a couple amendments I'd love to move.
Councilor Mayorworth, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's do the easy one. Amendment sheet C. An amendment sponsored by myself and Councilor Cassett. This amendment would change the effective date of this ordinance going into place by basically it would allow 90 days. And the reason for that is that we need to establish the compliance test and the method of conducting that test. And we need to allow staff the time necessary to put that into place prior to the issuing of tickets that would have to be addressed by our compliance test. So as you recall, we have a fix-it ticket in this, and if you fixed your muffler or if you think you've been wrongly accused and you want to challenge your ticket, we need to have this compliance test in place, and maybe Councilor Cassett wants to add.
Councilor Cassett?
I think that covers very well. But I would say this also does provide an opportunity for some good education to the community about the change. And so hopefully individuals that do have modified mufflers understand that some changes are coming and that this would be a great opportunity for them to get them fixed and to start working on remedying the issue before fines start going up. And I think that's another piece of this too.
I'd move to approve amendment, I guess, what is it?
Sheet C.
Sheet C.
Second.
There's a motion and a second for amendment sheet C, which would delay the effective date of this for 90 days. Is there discussion? Could you please call the roll on that motion, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Mayorworth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Chavez,
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Linden. Yes. Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Amendment C was approved.
Mayor, I have one more amendment.
Yes, you have the floor.
Oops, just got kicked out of the whole thing. It's, sure.
All right. Mind if I take over?
In fact, Counselor Cassett, you have the floor.
Thank you. So this is amendment sheet G. This is actually an amendment to our amendment. And it would change the amendment. Where is this? Where's the page? Not telling us a page, but it would change the fix-it ticket, talking about the compliance test. That says the city manager or city manager's designee shall prescribe the compliance test based on the decibel levels as identified as excessive in section 10.2-9. And a person cited under this section may rely on measured decibel levels from this compliance test as an affirmative defense and challenge of a citation. And then it deletes paragraphs G and H in their entirety, including the chart in H. The reason for this amendment is to really provide a bit more flexibility. There's a number of different methods of tools that we have started to look at, and it allows the city manager to identify the way that's going to work best for the city, but still utilizing those established decibel levels that are drawn from the noise ordinance that are already established in Chapter 10. Anything else to add to that?
Yeah, I'd just add if I can, Mayor.
So you have the floor.
So this, we had originally amended the bill in the Finance Committee, and we had added the decibel levels that are cited here in section 10.2-9 from our noise ordinance. And we had also basically taken what's in the noise ordinance and just moved it over to what we're changing here, which is the Uniform Traffic Code. And that, and in doing that, there is contemplated in there a way of monitoring decibel levels. And it says you have to be going a certain speed, and you have to be, your decibel reader has to be at a particular location, and it specifies a whole bunch of things which actually are not going to work for the purposes that we want in the Uniform Traffic Code. So we're basically saying we're going to take those decibel levels, but we need to have the city manager prescribe the compliance test so that if you fix your muffler and you want to demonstrate that you fixed it, therefore you shouldn't be fined, there'll be an appropriate test. Or if you think you've been wrongly cited and you want to challenge your ticket, we will have the appropriate means to measure your decibel level. So this is a shift. And it, as Councilor Cassett said, it amends the amendment that we had adopted in finance, tweaks it a little bit to make it more appropriate for what we're using it for.
You want to make a motion?
Well, Mayor, Councilors, I'm realizing that it should just be paragraph H in its entirety. And I think probably Councilor Cassett and I realized it as she was saying it, because G is obviously there and supposed to be there. And the reason there's not a page number is because this language isn't in the original bill, it's only in the amendment. So this is how it gets very complicated. And that's why you have two red lines in your packet. It was impossible to show different colors when we had them overlaying each other in Word. Word doesn't do that for us.
So we need to note that the actual amendment would not delete paragraph G.
Well, and I guess that raises a question. Do we need to hold on this while somebody changes this?
I think we could have a motion to amend the amendment to only delete H in its entirety.
But do we have, so this gets complicated, this layer. So can I move that we adopt amendment G, and in number 2, we are only deleting paragraph H in its entirety?
Correct. That's what I would suggest. Thank you.
All right.
Again,
So that's the motion. Is there a second?
I seconded.
There's a motion. There's a motion and a second that would change the existing approach to decibel reading so that the city manager or the city manager's designee would develop a compliance test, and that a person cited could rely on that test as an affirmative defense in challenging the citation. And it removes the language that had been in the bill that really had a different approach to doing the decibel test because it doesn't apply to what we're doing. So that's the motion and the second. Is there discussion?
Or on the amendment to that motion. We haven't taken a vote on that.
We're still dealing with the amendment.
Yep. To the proposed amendment.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. To eliminate that.
No.
Okay,
An amendment to Amendment G.
right. Then we'll move on to the amendment as amended.
Okay, I don't think that's the way I formed it.
That's not what she was hoping. she
So
was doing.
let's, I'll withdraw my first motion.
Draw.
So just to be clear, I need to first amend the amendment that's in front of us.
Mayor Weber, if we're withdrawing, then you can make the motion and just modify it.
I think what she was hoping she could do would be to modify it and make the motion as amended. So that's what we're discussing. There's a motion and a second to.
No, there isn't, because we withdrew it,
All right.
but I'm not clear what I'm doing.
I got
What
it.
do you want? What do you want us to do? Here's the attorney.
I move to amend Amendment G and strike paragraphs G and so that the second reads delete paragraph H in its entirety, including the chart in H.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Is there discussion? Counselor Lindell.
Doesn't this have to come to us in written form?
Probably.
I mean, those are the rules.
Yeah. You want to move to a different amendment and write this out?
Well, I don't think I need to write it out. We have people in the back, don't we? And we can fix it and reload it, right?
Mayor Council, it really is a technical thing, but we can absolutely, the person who was helping me write things earlier is no longer with us, but I can write a new one to put on the screen. It's just going to take out paragraph G.
Okay, so I will give the floor back to you, Mayor, and we'll come back to this.
Thank you. We'll come to that amendment. We have other amendments pending. Why don't we keep moving? One of the amendment sheets is Amendment D, which is brought to us by Councilors Cassett, Councilwoman Villarreal, and Councilor Rivera. Councilor Cassett, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. So Amendment D is also an amendment to our amendment that is adopted from Finance. And it changes the time period for when a person needs to come into compliance after receiving a citation from 60 to 90 days. This is a proposal based on that it can sometimes take some time for people to get an appointment, get things fixed, as well as potentially if there is a financial consideration for them having to raise money to fix their muffler, as we've discovered that fixing a muffler can cost upwards of $2,000 to give them some more opportunity for that. But primarily we were getting some reports that 60 days in some instances would not be enough for an individual to get an appointment, parts being ordered. And so we want to make sure that individuals have enough time to come into compliance. So I move Amendment D.
There's a second?
Second.
There's a motion and there's a second to amend the bill with Amendment D, which would change the amount of time a person who's been cited has to get the vehicle into compliance. Discussion? Councilor Lindell.
So this amendment references paragraph H.
Mayor.
Yeah, the
So-
comment is that in
Yeah.
G, it cites paragraph H below.
So we have to refer to the amendment that was adopted in making changes. So the only thing that this changes is the 60 days to 90 days. And then the amendment that we were just talking about that we're going to come back to is going to amend this other stuff.
Okay.
But that's not, all we're doing here is changing 60 to 90. And you have to, because this language is not in the bill, we have to amend the amendment that was at Finance.
Mayor Councilors, that's correct. And it was adopted. And that's why it's already part of the bill right now.
So it's cited here, although there's a proposed amendment later to change that section of this. Okay.
Correct, but this one's only impacting paragraph F, which is not being touched by the other amendments.
Got it. Any other comments or questions about this one? Could you call the roll on this amendment? This is amendment sheet D, as in David.
Yes, Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yeah.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Marowworth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion was approved.
Okay, that brings us then to sheet E. Who would like to speak to amendment sheet E?
I can start.
Counselor Cassett.
So amendment sheet E, takes the minimum fine. It will be increasing the minimum fine from the first offense from $25 to $100 for a first offense. So it's currently at 25. First offense will be 100. A second offense would be 250, and a third and all subsequent would be 500. A number of reasons that we wanted to bring that initial fine to 100 from the originally proposed 250. One of the big challenges that we're trying to balance is looking at how we can make sure that we are incentivizing the community to not be engaging in behaviors that are really disruptive. And we recognize that they're very disruptive. And this is an issue, or I'll speak for myself, that I do think needs to be addressed and that we need to be looking for solutions for. However, for many individuals in our community, 250 is a very high fine. And when I was doing some research around behavior change and policy, there's a lot of research that states that higher citations given less frequently are not as effective as lower fines, not higher citations, higher fines, lower fines with more frequent citations. So the more interruption to your life, the more likely it is that an individual is actually going to change their behavior. I think that it is important as we are looking at this bill that we're not looking at it within a vacuum, but also some of the other work that has been happening at the city, which is the continued staffing of our police department. And I want to give a lot of credit to Chief Joy and DC Champlin and the leadership at the police department, to the administration and to this governing body for a lot of the work that we have done to really increase the staffing levels of the police department. And Chief Joy gave a really wonderful presentation about how this impacts the police department's ability to continually to enforce traffic, and that, you know, we have our bread and butter, which is patrol. We need them on patrol. That's the real rubber meets the road safety. Not to use, we've already used that saying tonight. But that there really is we're gonna see this improvement. I think it's important that as we continue to staff up the police department, that we see what impact that has on this before really jumping to a higher citation. I also just look at it in terms of what else is stated in our uniform traffic ordinance and what those fines are established. And at 250, I'll just pop over to the bill. You know, a loud car would be a higher citation than a number of things that do, you know, really present a physical danger to individuals. And so I think the balance, all of that, looking at $100 a citation for that first offense, with a fix-it ticket only being offered for that first offense. So the other piece about that fix-it ticket is that if they don't take it that first chance, they're going to have their fines raised on them every single time. So there really is that incentive to get it taken care of at that first citation. I will pass the floor over to my colleagues to talk about why they sponsored this amendment, as it's not quite as straightforward as the other one.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilwoman Cassett. Just to clarify, this amendment is reducing the first offense to 100, and then the second offense is 250. The 500, though, I thought was already, that's not part of this amendment.
Correct. It's not part of this amendment. I was just explaining the general structure that would still occur.
Got it. Thank you. And, you know, well, I'll get into kind of my overall thoughts of this bill, but I think Councilwoman Cassett really hit the point about raising penalties. It does little for deterrence. That's been the research shows, and some of the actions that we've taken on the council, we've actually reduced fees and fines for a specific purpose. And so I think we're really needing a different approach to how we actually think penalties affect change. So I think this is a compromise. And obviously the fix it piece is for me, the really major piece to my compromise for this ordinance. So I will stop there and hand it over to my other colleague.
Councilor Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Cassett and Councilwoman Villarreal summed it up pretty well. I'll give just briefly, I also don't believe fines and fees work, and I think they hit our lower income, the people the hardest. If you have to repair a muffler or go to court or pay court fees or pay a citation, $100 may mean a big difference to a family, to a person that is in the lower income level. And those things are tough to deal with, especially if you're in that situation. I had Mr. Hibner break down some numbers a little bit further, and we saw the number of citations that were given out during the Blitz. But the ages between 15 and 21, there were 40 citations, and the age 22 through 27, 54. So we're really looking at 15 to 27, that age group that is that received the majority of the citations previously. So that's really targeting a younger age group who probably, you know, they may have had the money to modify the muffler, or maybe they bought the vehicle like that. But it's definitely a younger group that's being targeted here. And, you know, that doesn't say anything about motorcycles or anything else that is going to come out of this. So that's why I signed on doing the lower fees.
Thank you. We don't have a motion on the floor to make this amendment happen. Anybody want to move this amendment?
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and there's a second. Is there discussion?
Mayor, can I add something?
Yes.
I did want to add that our initial fine for muffler noise was 25, and that was also based on what the state had in terms of their fees, or sorry, their fines. And I just wanted to let folks know that the state is planning on increasing. They're not.
There's a proposal
Okay,
at the
proposal.
legislature for a bill
and that proposal is to increase it to 50. So again, this is I think a good compromise at the $100 level. If the state isn't thinking of making major increases to their fines for this particular area of the uniform traffic ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion to accept this amendment that would simultaneously increase the fine from what it is now, but decrease it from what was proposed originally. Is there discussion? Councilor Lindell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I think that Councilor Cassett said that to put these mufflers on, or if you were going to do the fix-it ticket, it might be $2,000. I think a $100 fine really is not realistic to affect any change. I don't know why we would want to, we're targeting loud mufflers. I don't think I can ask the assistant chief, when you pull people over, you don't have any idea how old the driver is, do you?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Lindell, that's correct. Most of the time officers aren't aware of the age of the driver. There will be few and far between where they may run the driver's the license plate. just because they can and it's lawful to do so, to check. But even then, they don't know the actual driver. It could be anybody driving the vehicle, not just the registered owner.
I just, you know, I haven't heard from, prior to even proposing this, I heard from dozens of people, and I think you all did too, that this is disruptive. It's disrupting people's lives, disrupting their sleep. I haven't heard from one person except people on the council that are opposed to it. I haven't had one email or one call from someone saying, please don't do this. It'll create a hardship for me if I get picked up. I don't know why we would cater to this disruption. The state of, I mean, it's a countrywide problem right now. The state of New York just increased their fine from $150 to $1,000. The bill's called Sleep, Stop Loud and Excessive Exhaust Pollution. Colorado, their violation is $500. I've had people tell me, well, no, this isn't aggressive. It's just kids having fun. Well, I think there is something aggressive about it. And in doing a little research on this, in the last couple of years, the most popular muffler modifications, the names of the modified mufflers were Cherry Bomb, Neighbor Haters, Black Widow, Angry Housewife, Evil Energy, and Shark Road. That's kind of aggressive, not very friendly. We know what this is about. It's a matter of, do we want to let it continue or do we want to stop it? And it seems like we're taking a very diluted pathway for this, and we'll put more pressure on the police that you need to pull people over more than once so that we can affect some change. The fix-it ticket is an appealing thing. However, if it's only $100 fine, I don't think people are gonna change out their mufflers over $100 fine. I think that $100 de-incentivizes changing the muffler at all, which the motivation for this was to stop some of this noise aggravation. I mean, I can see where this is going. I don't think it'll stop much. It will put more pressure on the police for sure. But I don't think $100 fine is enough. And I think it totally de-incentivizes the fix-it ticket. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Chavez, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm a co-sponsor of this bill because I think it has to be addressed. I think part of the power is what we're doing already, and the fact that we are coming together and collaborating and hearing from the community and working together to say that this is something we're going to pay attention to. Law enforcement has been very supportive of the movement of this, so it's on their radar as something that's significant to this body. But I do think that the least impact is any type of fine, because fines will not matter until fines exceed the cost of fixing the issue for an individual. So even if the fine's $500 or $250, you know, there's two amendments that are addressing fines right here. I feel like either one, like I'm at this point, I'm like, honestly, either one is going to serve the same purpose, because the person's going to repeat until that fine cost exceeds the amount it is to fix the car. So I feel like there's a level of transparency that I just want to voice because I see that being very evident. What's more powerful is the fact that we're saying we're paying attention to this. The people that need to know that this is important to this body know that it's important to this body. The debate is probably going to be about the fine, but I just think it's very important for the public to realize that and to have that perspective in the fact that individuals aren't going to take on that financial responsibility until they absolutely have to. And it's probably it could be a repetition of $100 fine, $150 fine, a $500 fine, but really the change isn't going to happen until there's persistence and keeping on top of the fact that this is important and we're paying attention to it. It is going to put pressure on law enforcement either way, whether the fine is small or large. So the two amendments in addressing fines are very difficult for me because I don't see the difference. I don't see the difference because in reality, individuals are going to have to keep getting fined and they're going to have to keep having run-ins with law enforcement for the same reason in order for there to be change. And so I think that's important for the public to know. I feel like it's very easy to see and very apparent. I hope the public sees that the body here put in a lot of work to really bring this to the attention of the people whose radar it needs to be on, saying we're going to focus on this and it's important. I don't know actually where I'm at with the fines because of the fact that I really feel like they are going to have little impact on the change. It's actually going to be the attention to the offense and how repeated that is, that's going to have most change. So I just wanted to state that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor.
Mayor.
We have Counselor Lee Garcia hasn't had a chance to speak yet.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to, give a little attention to a comment that was made in regards to repairing a muffler or a fix-it ticket that would cost up to $2,000. I don't know who said that, but I heard it. And I don't necessarily feel that that is something that is really a good estimate. Depending on what's been done to the vehicle, I mean, you can look at anywhere between, it depends on the cost of either a muffler or a cat or whatever it might be that you have to put in there. And this is speaking from automotive experience. But $200-$500 maybe, unless you have a vehicle that has some sort of extravagant type of exhaust system. And so, I would take a opposite view that it would cost that much to repair a vehicle back to fix a ticket. And that's just my comment.
Thank you. Counselor Mayorworth, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to correct a couple things. So I want to make everybody aware of House Bill 71 in the state legislature. It's been introduced by Miguel Garcia. It is relating to motor vehicles, prohibiting the alteration of mufflers on vehicles and providing a penalty. So this says a vehicle muffler shall not be altered or modified from the manufacturer's specifications except for repairs that bring a damaged muffler to the same level of noise reduction capacity as provided by its initial manufactured condition or a modification that increases a muffler's noise reduction capacity. And a violation of this section is a penalty assessment misdemeanor under state law, and that would be a $50 fine. So I just want to be clear about that. I also want to, I think this conversation gets us into how do we solve the problem? A fee certainly is one way and one tool. We have currently it's $25 for an altered or it's an altered muffler, I believe. And we're moving, this amendment would move that to $100. So that's, if you look at it in a percentage wise, it's an increase. I also want to make everybody aware of Senate Bill 48, which has been introduced in the state legislature, being carried by our couple of legislators in our Santa Fe delegation. That bill would the state would give Class A counties permission to have vehicle inspection programs. And what would happen there is, prior to your vehicle being registered with the state, you would have to take it and have it pass a vehicle inspection for safety things. And basically the bill will allow us to do these to do these vehicle inspections, and we would do them as a local government. And I think this may get more towards the point of solving this problem, because you wouldn't be able to register your car with the state unless you passed a variety of things, and we could capture a whole bunch of things. We could capture, license plate covers. We could capture broken windshields. We could capture tint that's too dark. We could capture altered mufflers. So I think there's a whole bunch of things that we could do to make vehicles more safe. And in this particular instance, reduce the vehicle noise problem that we're experiencing. So again, that bill has just been introduced. People who are interested in this topic, I think it's a good bill to follow, both House Bill 71, Senate Bill 48. And that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Cassett.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. And so the number that I got, around 2,000, that was from calling local auto shops. Connor Murphy did this work for us. And it says on the low end, 150, on the high end, 2,500. So there is kind of this wide range of what this could look like. But I think at the end of the day, Councilor Chavez is correct that this is really about repetition and the idea that if they get caught once, that they're going to get caught again. And so that there's going to be this repeated offense for this, and that fixing it is going to be less of a burden on their life. People that have this, they like it on their car. They do. And so I think that there really has to be a good incentive of there being continual citations for people to really understand that this is going to be something that that they're going to need to take care of. I think also that eventually it would lead to people being less willing to do that and drive these cars in the city of Santa Fe, because they'll feel that this is something that they will get caught for doing. People will do things that they shouldn't do if they don't feel like they're going to get caught, if they really want to. And so again, I think one of the best things that we can really do is continue to support our police department with staffing and how we can really assist them in doing this work, because it is, there's a lot, and there are a lot of things on their plate. So I think that's really important. I also am glad that Councilor Romero Worth brought up Senate Bill 48. I think that looking at how we start to really nip this in the bud is going to be the real turning point for this issue. And so, this is one bite at the apple, so to speak. And I think that it's going to take a variety of different solutions, approaches to really address this. And it's kind of like any issue that you really have to be looking at it from a complex area of trying to see kind of the different ways that you have to approach something. And it's going to take multiple strategies for this issue. So thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to make a few comments, and then maybe we can vote, or unless other people have more to contribute. I don't want to cut off debate, but I do want to get in my 2 cents. We do know that cost and expense changes behavior. We know it because one of the reasons we have an outstanding water conservation program is because the price we ask people to pay for water. There is a direct correlation between how much it costs to do a behavior and whether or not you're willing to do it. We know that Albuquerque has a $500 fine not 100, not 250. The first fine in Albuquerque is $500. We know that this is not a Santa Fe problem. It's not even an American problem. If you research this, Paris has passed new laws. I reached out to a firm in England that is devising a new laser device to do decibel testing that will transform enforcement. It is not purely an enforcement issue, and it's not purely a fine issue. It's a both and issue. And we need to put our policies where they will make the most clear statement of what we're trying to do for what is a very significant problem. Yes, we need technology. Yes, we need more enforcement. But we as a governing body get to decide things like what we believe is an appropriate fine for a very serious problem. And I say it's a serious problem because I don't think it's just about mufflers. What I see as mayor is that we're dealing with post-COVID, a rampant increase in dangerous and bad driving. And much of it is around speeding, for which we do have different levels of citations, and careless driving, and driving while texting. In the last year, our police department issued 6,738 citations, and we still have streets and roads in all parts of the city where we see very bad driving, road rage, racing, a serious set of issues, and it includes cars that are intentionally too loud. It is, as we heard from one of our residents, very different from running a red light or speeding. This is something where you go out of your way to create a vehicle that is intentionally noisy. In the state of New York, the $1,000 fine, they're not targeting any particular group of people. They're targeting people whose cars are too loud. Same in Paris, same in London. We have that problem too, and I think it's worse than it has been in the past. And I think some of it is coming out of COVID. Some of it is the automotive industry encouraging it. You can go to your Ford dealer, and if you want a Ford Mustang GT for $1,250, you can have a package installed on your vehicle with 4 different noise settings from quiet to racetrack. And with a push of a button, you can be as obnoxious as you want to be. That's not behavior that is acceptable. And we shouldn't advertise that we think it's acceptable. We should say to the community, we don't believe that's appropriate. There will be more enforcement. If you look at the statistics for traffic enforcement, in the month of January of 2022, 604 citations, going up from 432 in February. There is more enforcement, but enforcement alone is not the solution. It has to be combined with a message about the severity with which we take this problem. We also ought to be logical within our own intent. So the fix-it ticket only applies to the first citation. By that logic, the first citation should be more severe than the second citation. If you really want to incentivize fix-it ticket utilization, the first ticket should be 250, the second could be 100. But this proposal flips it and makes the first ticket less than the second ticket, in spite of the fact that the fix-it ticket doesn't apply to the second ticket. So our own internal logic here is not serving the purpose, the incentive that we're trying to create. I think there's a consensus on the governing body that we all see this as a problem. We all agree it needs to be addressed. We all believe enforcement is part of it. We also think that there are a group of people, and it's not a lot of people. There are organized clubs who gather together to drive around town to make as much noise as possible. We ought to tell them that's unacceptable behavior, and that if they want to do it, they will be fined enough to make it clear that we don't approve of it. We shouldn't say, it's okay, we'll just keep fining you until you get the message. That's not really good public policy. So I will absolutely vote for this bill. I think you all have worked hard on making it better. I do think the one area where we disagree is whether a lower first fine is going to be more, send a more clear message than a higher first fine. I'm in the group that says if we make a statement the first time, we may not have to make a second statement. Other comments? Madam Clerk, do you want to call the roll on the amendment, which is labeled Amendment E to the fine structure?
Yes, Mayor, this is for Amendment E, as you mentioned. Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
No.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
No.
Motion is approved.
Very good. Let's move on to the next amendment because we're still working our way through the amendment sheets. And I think, Councilor Mayor, unless I'm mistaken, we're now ready to take up the amendment that needed to be written in order to be addressed.
Is it in our packets?
Madam City Attorney, where are we on the written version of that?
Mayor, councilors, you do have a written version because you have the red line of it. It's your red line number 2, but we also have an updated amendment sheet. Are you just going to share it or how are we? I think Christine can just share it.
That'd be great if we could just pop it up on the screen. Well, we'll have it. I think we're about to see it on the screen in front of us. If you, well, we got to enlarge it. Council Lindell is having, all right, cover your right eye and see if you can you do it? Can you read it out loud to us? Because we believe that you changed it, but it says delete on point 2. It now reads delete. Well, now I can't read it. You would, thank you. Delete paragraph H in its entirety, including the chart. So we've gotten rid of any reference to paragraph G.
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilor Cassett has the second. Is there a discussion of this amendment? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Sorry, Mayor, the motion, I already had a motion in a second, so I'll replace it with whoever.
Oh, okay.
I think we withdrew it.
I
didn't
think
we?
they withdrew it because we were trying to get the language straight.
Yes, and then we reintroduced it to amend the item. So I still have a motion and a second on the floor from the time that we amended it, and then we put it on hold so that we could put it up. So I'm happy. The original one I had was Counselor Cassett with the motion and Counselor Romero Worth with the second. But I'm happy to.
Yeah, but that was to amend
That was
the
to
amendment.
amend the amendment. Now we've changed the language, so we're only voting on this amendment.
Okay.
Yeah.
We no longer have to amend this. It's been rewritten.
Right, we didn't withdraw the last motion.
All right.
Withdraw.
They've withdrawn it.
Okay.
Now, would you make a motion to approve this current version of the amendment, please?
Someone did. What were the new motions and seconds?
That's what we're about to get squared away.
I move the amendment that's on the screen.
I second the amendment
Okay.
that's on the
We have a
screen.
motion. We have a second. Is there discussion? If not, could you please call the roll on this amendment?
Yes, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
No.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell. Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion is approved.
thank you. I believe we've covered B, C, D, E. We didn't have to do B. We had C, D, E, G. And Councilor Lindell and I will not be introducing F. Are there further amendments to introduce on this bill? So we now have a motion on the floor to adopt the bill as amended several different times. Is there further discussion of the bill as amended? Councilor Rivera, then Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. I've heard several people up here at some point say that we all think this is a problem. I don't think this is an issue. I live on Airport Road. I hear maybe cars for 10 seconds with loud mufflers, and then they stop or they're out of noise level. There's a vehicle that's close to my house. It starts there. It's a Mustang, starts up about 6:30 and makes noise for a few minutes, and then they're gone. And that's to go along with the noise from the flight that goes out at 6 or 6:30 in the morning, the first flight to Dallas. And then my neighbor lets their dog out around the same time. So, that could be sometimes up to 15 minutes. So the car with the loud muffler for me is the shortest amount of time along with the flight. I feel like our police department have much more important things to do right now, especially since there's still 15 people short. I believe that's the last number I heard. Than to go around chasing people with loud mufflers. I think there's a lot of other things they can do. I supported the amendments because it makes a stronger bill, and I believe this is going to pass. So that's why I voted on those. And lastly, I remember a time here in Santa Fe. I grew up here, just a couple blocks from here. And all growing up, we used to cruise along Riverside, car by car, side by side, talking to each other, exchanging friendlies. Unless they were from Santa Fe High, then we went the other way around. Cruising around the plaza, and everybody, if you had a loud car, you wanted people to hear it, and people thought it was cool. And that was the way things were. And slowly but surely things change, and people come in and other people move out, and things are different. Things are different now. I get it, but that was a cultural thing for me growing up. Again, I don't have a problem with it. And I still think there's going to be an issue with motorcycle clubs, which I did hear from that were not in favor of this. There's Harley Davidson clubs that are out there that I feel like this puts them in jeopardy. There's the car clubs that are out there that have reached out to me that said that they're against it. Some of their vehicles, I think, will be allowed because of the years that their vehicles are, but there's some that may be in jeopardy. So a really tough thing, I think, for some people in the community. Clearly they're going to have to do whatever the law says, but I really don't have a problem with the vehicles. Now racing, all that other stuff, which should be illegal, should be dealt with, but the noise itself, I don't have a problem with.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Michael Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. DC Champlin, quick question for you, given we've had a lot of talk about enforcement, which then comes on the shoulders of you and your team. During the committee process, you had talked about researching noise cameras, in particular, I think what was going on in New York, et cetera. We had somebody testify earlier that Albuquerque was looking into it. Could you help provide an update to us where the city might be moving in a direction utilizing tools such as these?
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia. So I've spoke with an individual, his name misses me right now. He's a PhD professor out of UNM, and he's starting a side business called Not Allowed. And they're doing a pilot project in Albuquerque as we speak. He offered to do that also in Santa Fe. His original offer wasn't anything that was written. It was kind of disorganized a little bit. I asked him for a contract or an agreement of some type. They kind of went back and forth, and I do have an updated version of that. However, I'm not very familiar with or vetted his company in any way, shape, or form. So I just want to be very transparent about that. And being a startup, I would assume there's going to be some hiccups in there, but he is offering the technology that I just don't know to what extent and what it is.
Okay, thank you for that. So then that gets my second question regarding enforcement. If we don't have a tool such as a noise camera, how do you anticipate, you and your team, ensuring that this is enforced because should this pass tonight, I think that's going to be the expectation from the community that the noise is going to stop. I mean, can you help us set some expectations for the community regarding how this gets implemented? How challenging it might be to actually enforce what we're approving tonight, et cetera. Any insight or guidance you have?
It's Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, it's a complicated topic, and it's complicated to enforce, but it's a quality of life issue. So as we've spoken before in other committees, the priorities of calls and calls for service come first, and how those are prioritized. And as those roll out, our staffing is increasing. Just to correct or offer an insight there to Councilor Rivera, it's 19 vacancies right now, not 15. 14 of those are on patrol. So with the 14 vacancy there, you know, our focus is calls for service, but we do get complaints. And I was actually caught off guard a little bit, Councilor Rivera, that your neighborhood or in your area, it's not a bad, because that's where we get complaints from too, is Airport Road in that area specifically. But as those complaints come in, we try to focus our efforts there as we can with either overtime efforts or volunteer efforts where we will assign people to want to go and run traffic, we call it, to particular areas during their shift, take a break from calls for service. So the enforcement, I see once this passes, we'll do a training in our department. We'll update everybody as to what exactly passes here tonight. And then we'll focus on this as we can and as we have with our staffing that's available.
Okay, thank you, DC Champlin. Again, I just wanted the community to have expectations in regards to how we move forward with this, because if the noise doesn't stop on the 91st day, does that mean we're unsuccessful? Or are we going to be looking at 6 months down the road, 1 year down the road, et cetera? And if things haven't changed, then I think we take another bite at the apple to figure out how do we ultimately address these problems that are occurring in our community.
I'm interested to see where it goes. I think we have to evaluate and experiment, so to speak. But one thing I know about Santa Fe is we're very innovative. We're ahead of a lot of things when it comes to enforcement and other city policies. And if something is not working, we are very willing to change it. So I look forward to both as far as what's going to be coming with technology, as far as the cameras, the potential for that, and what we might see coming out of even like the UK, like the mayor mentioned. They have some great technology over there, as well as, you know, to bring up our enforcement, the department as our staffing increases.
Great, thank you. And as I've mentioned in the committee meetings, if there's any tools on the market you see that can help us, please reach out to the appropriate folks. That way we can make sure that we put that tool in your tool belt to fix this challenge. So thank you, DC Champlin. Another question, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Let me just, while you're there, sir, I appreciate your being here tonight. First of all, there's some things we have done in the past, not only with regard to noise, but general bad driving behavior. The department announces when there's frequently going to be a blitz of one kind or another, and that notification alone often changes people's behavior. There are targeted areas where, you know, as you just said, there's a higher frequency of violation. So I don't think anybody should have the expectation that on day 91, the city achieves new levels of quiet. But the department has, as you've said, the innovative capacity to deploy resources in a focused way to achieve desired outcomes. And that's something that I'm sure you all will be discussing, assuming this were to become law.
Yes, sir.
And I also think, you know, as we consider how long the journey has been, as you started us with, you know, this is how change happens. You start with what you can do. If we could make it better, we'll make it better. If we can add new resources, we'll add them. I hope we can add not just noise technology. I hope we can implement speed vans at some point again. We talked about it. Albuquerque has them. They help reduce speeding and bad driving. They are a force multiplier for any police department, regardless of how many vacancies you have. Technology is a really useful tool for changing driving behavior. So we'll look at that too. The folks that I spoke to in the UK are optimistic that their laser tool will be on the market in a year. that would make these decibel readings very simple and very specific to each vehicle. You don't do a drive. It's not a car going by that you guess which one's the loud one. You point the laser and you get a reading. So it tells me this is a problem everywhere. And it is a problem because cars have changed and tolerance for bad behavior is not, people will not accept it anymore. So I don't want to put the burden all on you. I think it's up to us to send a message to the community and to our constituents that we actually do think this is a serious issue. And we will help you help us. Thank you, Chief. Any other questions or comments? Yes, Councilor Lee Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Listening to people here testifying, listening to very many citizens of our city, I think do recognize how much of, I guess you could say, an issue we do have with noise. And I keep on going back to just that, is that we have an issue with our noise ordinances. Where I do take, talking to many people that have reached out to me as well. Some of our younger guys who are car guys. I mean, I'm a car guy. I think a lot of us are being respectful to how, one of the things that has been raised is how culturally vehicles are important to certain groups of people. I go back to looking at what we're doing here, and how does it identify a certain group of people. And I do see that. Make no excuse for being obnoxious. Make no excuse for running past somebody's house at 2 o'clock in the morning. I think that's unacceptable. I feel that there is definitely something that needs to be done. Listening to many people and people who have reached out to me, some of the key words that stand out: disruptive behavior, behaviors that are disruptive, dangerous driving, stop aggressive driving, and all these things are very, very important to minimize, because again, that's public safety. I listened to your comments in regards to quality of life, and I think everybody should have a good quality of life. I do see where, again, young folks who are car guys, a lot of times fines, I don't care what they are, $1,000, they're more than likely not going to abide by this. And we put them in a situation to be in the system now, I guess, so to speak, through fines, through going to court. Are they going to fix their cars? Probably not. And they might. Again, we don't know what's going to happen until we actually do something about this. I go back to growing up and thinking, yes, we are New Mexico, we are Santa Fe, we're Espanola, we're lowrider clubs, we are Harley Davidson people, and loud pipe saves lives. And those unintended consequences for me for this are troubling. I hear New York, I hear Colorado, I hear Los Angeles, I hear Paris, I hear London. We are not none of them. We are Santa Fe, New Mexico. And so I don't agree with the way certain individuals are abusing the noise. And I go back to say, okay, is it mufflers? Is it straight pipes? We already have all these on the books. And so I do get the increases in fines. But I think it has a very big potential to catch a certain group of people who aren't doing some of these things intentionally. And that part of it I have issue with. And so, I commend everybody and the hard work that they've done on this, and I do appreciate it. But I think from those perspectives, I don't think that I necessarily support increasing these. I think there's a lot of things that we can do to minimize this. And again, enforcement, been reiterated time and time again. What level of enforcement are we going to be able to do as a police department when you're out there fighting the bad guys, keeping our community safe? And I just hope that we do find some solution to this. And I think, again, it is going to pass tonight for what we are doing. But those are my concerns. And how do we even qualify what's loud without identifying decibel readers or cameras or so on and so forth? Do we go into creating quiet zones or quiet times? We already have a noise ordinance. It's from 10 o'clock to 7 a.m. And so, I just think that targeting vehicles which are being used to do this is kind of the wrong way to do it. But it's just my perspective, and I appreciate all the work that's been done here.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other comments before Councilwoman Vera?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I just wanted to say that I think we recognize this has been a problem for various reasons. I personally have felt like speed racing down major streets in the middle of the night has been the bigger issue, and it's not necessarily connected to mufflers. However, we know, and I live in an area where I hear this consistently and very late at night. So I guess what was hard for us, and I appreciate that we took the time to do what we did, all of us working on it, to find an equitable solution. And that's been the hard part for, I think, many of us. I think the research that Councilwoman Cassett and Councilwoman Romero Worth did for the fix-it option is what helped me to be able to feel a little bit better about this change. I think that's an equitable way to look at this. And I think that there's a lot of things in here that's, stuck. Those of us that felt like the first fee should be lower, and that's one thing. But there's a lot of other modifications in here, like telling, we didn't change anything. Anyone that sells or offers to sell or install a modified muffler, I don't know how they're going to be penalized, but they're not going to be able to be allowed to do that. So that's a pretty big solution in some people's eyes. I think that's a big change. So I just want to point that out. There's a lot of things in this. What was the original amendments are still in. So, I'm willing to find this compromise. I didn't feel great about this at the beginning, and, there's still things really that I'm still concerned about that my colleagues brought up. But I think it really comes down to enforcement, and then also the communication aspect of how we're going to let folks know about this change, including folks that do this for a living. So, yeah, I'll be interested to see how that rolls out in the next 90 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? The comments are grateful to everybody. Madam Clerk, do you want to call the roll on the bill as amended?
Yes. Counselor Chavez?
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia?
No.
Counselor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Lindell? Counselor Rivera? Counselor Romero Worth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Counselor Cassett?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thanks, everybody who stuck around for that discussion. Could you take us to the next item, please?
Yes. Item 19A for public hearings. It's an appeal. Appeal number 2022-5536-APPL of case number 2022-5189-HDRB. Appeal by Heidi and John Mulliken of the Historic Districts Review Board's denial of a proposal to reconstruct a yard wall on a property at 330 Don Cabero Place in the Don Gasper Area Historic District, I'm sorry. Frank Rulabalid, our Assistant City Attorney, is available for this item.
Okay, let me run through the process we're going to use so everybody knows how this hearing will proceed. First, as we do with all land use cases, I'll remind everyone we are treating this in a quasi judicial manner. If anyone on the governing body has had any pre-hearing communications that make it impossible for them to be fair and impartial, please say so now and recuse yourself.
Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
I have spoken with the appellants, with staff, about this case when the appellants, my constituents, first had this issue a year ago, and they were trying to navigate getting information from the city, understanding the city's processes, understanding what they needed to do to get information about their situation. And I am, as a result of extensive conversations with staff and emails with my constituents, I'm going to recuse. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that to light. We'll come find you, assuming we get this done, we'll come find. That's very good. And anyone else who's had that experience? Yes, Councilor Garcia, you too?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've had conversations with the appellants and staff, but I don't believe my interpretation of applying the law would be skewed. I'd like to seek advice from our city attorney on the matter.
Mayor, Counselor, I'm not familiar with your experience.
So I've had communication directing constituents to appropriate city staff. I'd have to go back and look at my record when the last time I spoke with folks, but as I stated, I don't believe that I would be prohibited from making a fair judgment on the process based on the facts in front of us this evening.
However, Counselor, if you feel you can make a fair and impartial decision on this case, there's no requirement that you recuse. There's also the consideration of whether a reasonable observer would believe that you are able to do so as well. So basically, if you think there's any sort of situation putting the choice of the governing body at risk, that would be a consideration. I have not seen any of your communications, so you know better than anyone what the substance of them was, you know, whether they go to the merits of the matter, how you should analyze it, and whether you've been impacted by those communications.
I definitely don't want to jeopardize this case. So with that being said, I'll go ahead and recuse myself.
Thank you, Counselor. I think it's a good precaution. I don't know your case situation either, but I always think erring on the side of caution is a good item and a good practice. So I respect that totally. Anyone else who has put themselves in a situation where they have, in effect, too much information before outside the hearing? What we'll do then is we'll start with a summary of the staff report for up to 10 minutes. We'll then go to an opening statement and sworn witness testimony from the appellant. And the appellant can take up to 20 minutes. We'll have sworn public comment. The governing body will be able to ask questions of staff, of the appellant, of other witnesses. Anyone testifying to facts must be sworn. And then we will have close of the hearing. Once it's closed, we have to have another motion to reopen it. So ask your questions while it's open. After the hearing has been closed, I'll entertain a motion and a second on whether to grant or deny the appeal. And whoever makes those motions should state your reasoning for the record as to why you are either opposing or supporting the appeal. And then we'll deliberate and vote. With that said, let's begin with the staff report if you can, Frank, if you can do this in 10 minutes or so, that'd be great.
I believe I can. Mayor, thank you. Thank you.
You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Weber and councilors. In this appeal from a decision by the Historic District Review Board, property owners at 330 Don Cabero Place seek to overturn a decision prohibiting them from rebuilding a Latia topper on a stucco yard wall at 330 Don Cabero Place. The property owners took down the Latias all the way around the front yard when they found it necessary to create an opening in the stucco wall to so earth moving equipment could access a sewer line on the property. And when they were replacing the Latias, a city inspector issued a red tag or a stop order prohibiting them from recreating what the city feared was a non-conforming structure. As you know, there are these 5 historic districts in the city of Santa Fe. We're looking at the Don Gaspar Area Historic District in the southwest corner. And in the southwest corner of that district, there is a 1-block street called Don Cabero Place, which runs east and west. We're looking at the block there that the subject property is on. The Don Cabero Place lines up with a 300 block of other streets that run east and west parallel to Don Cabero Place. It is intersected to the west by Don Cabero Avenue. The south part of the block abuts West Houghton Street. There are no addresses on that section of West Houghton Street. That's basically an alley. And then to the east, the Don Cabero Place is intersected by a street called Blacksmith Alley. And that's the subject property we're looking at there, 330 Don Cabero Place. We're going to take a look at the site plan for this property here. This is oriented properly with north to the top and west to the left. I'm going to turn it on its side so we can see it in a little bit more detail. Here, north is to the right side of the screen and west is to the top. And as you can see, one of the characteristics of this property is that the buildings are situated all the way to the south, such that the rear wall of the house actually abuts the property line at West Houghton. So as a result of the buildings being set so far back, I've highlighted in yellow there, the very large front yard that these property owners have. And this is the area that was surrounded by the Latia extension to the stucco yard wall. They do have a small backyard area as well as a yard to the side. So there's outdoor spaces both to the south and to the west. And the walls that are toward the back of the property are not an issue here. They actually have some pretty high walls, 5 to 6 feet. But since they don't actually front Don Cabero Place, the code doesn't apply to them as it does to the walls that front Don Cabero Place. Since these Latias have been taken down across the top of the stucco yard wall, what I have to show you are some Google Street images. There's the stucco yard wall, there's the Latia topper or the coyote fence topper. And there's 3 images of it. And I'm going to turn to this image here. What you see is the driveway going into the garage. There at that address, the front yard wall separates the front yard from their driveway, from the property owner's driveway. And the stucco yard wall was likely original to the house, which was built in the 1930s. There's no dispute about the stucco part of the yard wall, but the dispute is about a 1.5 to 2 foot wooden extension, which we believe was likely added to the stucco base in the late 1990s or early 2000s. The stucco part of the yard wall roughly averages between 4 and 4.5 feet, but the stucco, rather the Latia or coyote fence extension to the stucco wall is about 1.5 to 2 feet, making that in the whole about 6 feet tall. And that's where the nonconformity lies. We are not disputing the design of the yard wall and the Latia topper. You see those in several places in the Don Gaspar area historic district. It is simply the height of the yard wall that creates the nonconformity. Yard walls, and people ask, what's the height limitation for yard walls, where there's no specific number. The yard walls and fences are limited to a height that does not exceed the average of the height of other yard walls and fences on the streetscape. Now, streetscape is a term of art that's defined in the code. And all of these sections of the code are attached to a syllabus, which is an addendum to the city attorney's office memo. So if you want to see the exact text of these code sections, you're welcome to look at that syllabus. Under the Historic Districts Code, a streetscape includes buildings, yard walls, and fences on both sides of a street for a distance of 600 feet, measured from the midpoint of the street-facing facade of the proposed building yard wall in both directions parallel to the street. There are some places where it's impossible to measure 600 feet because, like, for example, with Don Cabero Place, that street is only 1 block long. So there are specific provisions of the code that address that. If a streetscape is truncated by an intersecting block before the 600 feet is measured, the streetscape includes all buildings up to and including those which front the intersection. And the code actually gives us this sort of diagram of how you would measure a 1 block streetscape where it is truncated by intersecting blocks. And if you compare that diagram to Don Cabero Place, there's the subject property, 330 Don Cabero Place, and the streetscape is that area that I've highlighted in yellow there. This is a calculation that the inspector has done of the streetscape. He takes 2 measurements of yard walls at every house in the defined streetscape. I've noted it with that blue outline there. His calculations are up there in the upper left corner. And what he finds is that taking those measurements and averaging them out, the average height of yard wall on that streetscape is 4 feet 2 inches. So we're talking about a stucco yard wall with a Latia extension that makes it 6 feet tall. Just to show you that Don Cabero Place is not an anomaly in the Don Gaspar area historic district. This is a streetscape of Don Cabero Avenue, which is the north-south street, which intersects Don Cabero Place to the west. That yellow highlighted area is the Don Cabero Place. Taking the average of yard walls in the streetscape, the inspector has calculated that at 4 feet 6 inches. So there's really only a 4-inch difference when you take into account a 600-foot stretch of a streetscape in the near vicinity. The question comes up as to when the Latia toppers were added to that stucco yard wall. And I know, I believe in one of the early reports, one of the planners speculated that maybe they were added sometime in the 1980s. But what we're looking at here is a historic building inventory that was done. And these historic building inventories are done so that the historic districts maintain their registry with the National Register of Historic Places with the Department of the Interior. And as you can see here, there's a photo of the yard wall on the east side of the front yard. Doesn't have the Latia toppers on it. In the inventory that was done in 1995, and here on the front page of this inventory, you can see that was inventory was done in May 1995. There's no indication those Latia toppers were on the stucco yard wall. We're going to turn to the second page of that ICPE report and zoom in. There's the wall that separates the front yard on the west side from the driveway going into the garage there. You can see no Latia toppers on that stucco yard wall. And then there's a description of the architectural elements that you see on the third page of the 1995 ICPE. Those photos aren't helpful to us because they don't show the yard wall. But if you take a look at the architectural element inventory, you see there's a reference to a stucco yard wall for fences and walls, but there's no reference to any kind of wooden element or Latia topper or coyote fence. There was also a ICPE done in 1982 that photo isn't helpful to us because it's pretty obscure, and I think it was taken inside the yard wall. But if you take a look, you can see this was done in August 1982. And there you see a reference to a 4-foot stucco wall, but no reference to any kind of wooden element to that stucco wall. So we're fairly certain that the coyote fence was added to that yard wall sometime after the 1995 Higby inventory. If under this provision of the Santa Fe City Code, if a building in the historic district doesn't meet standards for architectural style, it is considered to be non-conforming. What happens to a non-conforming element of a structure if it is removed or taken down or destroyed? As we can see from this provision of the city code, except for repairs and maintenance as required by law, no non-conforming building may be added to or altered unless the addition or alteration comes into conformity with the code. And this does apply to all structures, not just buildings, because the code reads that structures other than buildings, including signs not conforming to the architectural style, no alteration or repair may be made of any such structure other than its removal. And the definition of structure in the code under 14-12.1 reads that anything that constructed or erected with a fixed location on the ground, including walls, fences, are included in the definition of structure. That's what the stucco yard wall looks like now without the Latia extension. That is the condition more or less that our inspector observed it when the reconstruction project was underway, and he issued a stop work order. And there's your decision tree, which I can go over later on if you wish me to do that. Thank you for your attention, Mayor Weber and councilors.
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. We turn now to the appellant. We will welcome a presentation of up to 20 minutes if you can do that. And I believe you need to be sworn by our city clerk. And anyone who will be testifying from the appellant team should just get sworn in as well.
We are planning on very brief testimony from these two. We may not get to it, but maybe they should be.
We'll get to you later when the time comes.
Good evening, Mayor Weber and councilors. My name is Michael Alice, and I'm counsel for the appellants and applicants in this matter. Heidi Britt Mulliken is one of the appellants applicants. She's here tonight. Dr. John Mulliken, her husband, will not be in attendance. Esteban Trujillo is, of course, in attendance. He is an architectural designer that worked on this issue, continues to work on this issue. He's also the agent on appeal for the appellants. I'll start with my opening statement, and if we have time to get to testimony, we'll do that. If not, we won't, I suppose. I would like to begin with a brief quote. It's a comment coming from the city attorney's memorandum at page 7-8. I don't think this is quoting any law or anything. I think this was just a comment from the city attorney's office, but it's, I think, very apropos. States historic district standards can be flexible, and the board grants variances from them under appropriate conditions if a project applicant can adequately document the need for a departure from them. And we acknowledge that the applicants, appellants have the burden of proof before you tonight. But this clearly indicates your ability as well as the ability of the review board to grant a variance or an exception when circumstances are appropriate. We submit that if there's ever a case for appropriate circumstances, this is it. Two of the circumstances that are most appropriate is first, as is required by a contractor before digging in Santa Fe, I think the state of New Mexico generally, TLC Plumbing, which is the contractor hired by the Mullicans to replace the sewer line, asked the city to come out and locate the sewer line for them. The city did that. Looking at the line, TLC Plumbing says we're going to have to take out a section of this wall in order to dig through because the sewer line went under the wall. They did so. They took down about a 6-foot section of the wall. That resulted in all of the latias having to be redone because they were aged and they just needed to be essentially reinstalled as a result of removal of this 6 foot of the fence. What happened is TLC Plumbing did not find the sewer line. The city had improperly located the sewer line, and it was on the other side of the house. Ultimately, it was replaced without any disruption or disturbance of any portion of the house, and certainly not the wall. The point is, the entire reason that we're here tonight is that a wall was removed based upon what the city said the location was, and it wasn't there. If that had not happened, that initial mistake by the city of Santa Fe, we would not be here today. We wouldn't have this problem. We think that's an exceptional and appropriate circumstance for you all to consider among many others, an exception in this case. The other fact I'd like to point out at this point, and I'll give a little more detail as the presentation moves forward. The record of the hearing of May 23rd, I believe, May 24th, 2022, before the review board was videotaped, and we've looked at it. I have some excerpts that I would like to recite tonight to the governing body. I also, briefly, I do have two sort of demonstrative aids I could provide to you. One of them is the excerpts I'll be referring to, some of them. And that was the testimony of Angela Ortega. The other aid that I have is essentially of other very similar fences and walls within the district, the Don Gaspar district. That's relevant, but it's really important here because it clearly shows that Ms. Ortega, I'm sure without intent, made misrepresentations to the board on two important issues. The first one was whether or not this residence is a contributing or a non-contributing residence. It is in fact non-contributing, and the historic building inventory that Mr. Rubeled just had on the screen says at the very first page. Of course, this was in 1995, the resurvey. This was done. The very first page, bottom right-hand corner says, is this building contributing or non-contributing? It's non-contributing. The box is checked in two different places on the very first page of this document. Ms. Bordegaray stated, and you all want these excerpts at this point so you can look at them, or is that important? I've got copies for Robert. The mic.
Any way to make that any larger? Or we can roll that screen. Oh, you're doing great, Christine. Thank you. There you go, sir. I think we can work with you now. You want to do that, Lee? Thank you. Oh, that's great. Thank you. Will you be able to see it, Lee? Okay, sir.
At the hearing on May 24th, Ms. Bordegaray stated to the review board, the building is designated contributing and the wall is included within that historic status. That was not accurate. Mr. Trujillo is a professional, has been reviewing this to see if there was any update. There's no record that he has been able to find that shows that that non-contributing status was changed after 1995. Interestingly, though, as you go down a little further, where it's marked 4:10, which is 4 minutes, 10 seconds on the tape, one of the board members specifically stated the house is contributing is the wall designated as contributing. The response was it's a contributing structure. That was also inaccurate. And that shows that the board was interested in that issue and wanted to know, and therefore presumably included that inaccurate fact within their deliberations. The other issue that to the walls. This is down at the bottom, 4.59. Ms. Bordegaray indicated that the neighborhood has predominantly low walls. All of the yard walls are low, except for the one next door. Now, she didn't define what neighborhood meant at that time, but it seems pretty clear that the relevant geographical area is the Don Gaspar Historic District. And Mr. Trujillo went out and started photographing other similar walls with latillas of varying heights throughout the district. This is the first page. We have 4 pages of these photos. We've got 62 photos that show that there were 62 other walls within the Don Gaspar Historic District that are not predominantly low and that have latilla tops that are almost identical, or at least very similar to that the Mullicans had. That was a second inaccurate statement that was made, and presumably, I think we have to presume that the board relied upon all of the information that was presented to them. Those were 2 inaccurate statements. Another issue we think is important, although not determinative, is that originally staff recommended approval of this application. The board decided otherwise, but the staff originally said, staff recommended approval of the application as it complies with 14-5D general design standards for all H districts and 14-5.2H Don Gaspar area district. So the position of the staff was that the application should be granted based upon their observed facts. Again, Mr. Rubalid covered some of this, but the Mullican residence is located at 330 Don Cubero Place. It's in the Don Gaspar Historic District. It's constructed in 1938. Again, because of the layout of the property and the fact that the house has a 0 lot line on the back, most of their functioning outdoor space is contained in this front wall, which when it had the Latias provided both privacy and security to the Mulligans, which is no longer there. Anybody that's walking along the sidewalk can look right into their yard over a 4'6" or so wall, invade their privacy, and if they're intent on burgling the house or something, they've got a clear view what's there. The Mulligans purchased the residence in 2000. At that time, the Latias were there, as well as the wall in its current configuration. And also, the New Mexico Historic Building Inventory states that, again, the property is listed as non-contributing and has a similar relationship to the historic surroundings. This wall is almost exactly consistent from an aesthetic point of view to the entire area. It did not stand out in any way, and we've shown that. And again, I'm happy to present all of the pages of photographs, the 62 different walls that have been photographed to show that. Now, in February of 2022, the sewer line broke. It was classified by the city as an emergency, as it is a health risk, as well as an unpleasant issue for the neighborhood. The Mulligans acted promptly and responsibly to repair the problem at their cost, as was their obligation. They did that to protect their own property, their own interest, and to restore their sewer service. They also did it to protect the interests of their neighbors and the city in general. They hired TLC Plumbing. TLC is a reputable large company that's used to dealing with pulling permits, and they pulled the construction permits in this case. Ms. Britt Mulligan received a restoration permit from the city that said go forward with the work. She perceived that to be, as TLC did, the permit to move forward with tearing down a portion of the wall, digging the trench, and removing and replacing the main sewer line, which turned out not to be there. It was on the other side of the house. But they proceeded in good faith, thinking that they had all of the permits that they needed from the city at that time. Again, they removed a small portion of the wall, 6 feet, and that caused the rest of the Latias to have to be removed, not just that 6-foot section, but they had to rebuild everything. The wall was in fact rebuilt. And then before they started reinstalling the exact same Latias that had been there for years, they got the red tag from the city. And we are here as a result. Another point that Ms. Bordegaray stated, confirmed, this is at 2 minutes and 36 seconds into the video, applicants began to reconstruct the wall as it had been. There's never been any assertion that they were doing anything other than just restoring what had already been there for all this time, that never would have been disturbed if there wasn't a sewer problem. And in fact, shouldn't have been disturbed, even though there was a sewer problem, except for the mistake of the city. So our substantive points are as follows. Actually, this was not a voluntary remodel. This was not a voluntary act other than responding to an emergency. This isn't somebody creating an addition, building a new home, or remodeling. They are simply putting back what has always been there and would have stayed there except for an event that was beyond their control. The complete reconstruction of the wall, including the Latias, does not in any way change the character of either the residents or the neighborhood. It's exactly like, reasonably like, aesthetically, the entire neighborhood, the entire Don Gaspar district. There's nothing different here. And there are Latiad walls all over the district, which exceed the height restrictions that they're trying to enforce here. with respect to the misrepresentation about the contributing nature of the property, the city and the city attorney's memo doesn't really contest that fact. They simply say that it's not relevant. Whether or not the property was contributing or not is not the issue here. The problem with that is that everything at issue here is the aesthetics of the neighborhood. This isn't about safety. This isn't about anything other than what does it look like? A contributing structure defined under 14-12-1 says a structure that helps to establish and maintain the character of that historic district. That's an aesthetic standard. And if it's a contributing property, it's a higher standard. It's a higher standard to try to change something, or in this case, take it back to where it was before. The board was told and was obviously assuming that this was a contributing property with higher scrutiny, a higher standard. That was inaccurate. And to say that the contributing versus non-contributing status of the wall is irrelevant just ignores the fact that this is all about aesthetics, and contributing is exactly relevant to that issue. And so with respect to granting an exception, as Mr. Rubelit has pointed out correctly, there are 6 criteria that the appellants need to establish. We believe they have all been established here. Mr. Trujillo opined to that in a letter that is in the report, or the memorandum from the city attorneys. And he explained his position as to why all of the criteria were fulfilled. But let me also just briefly go through them. The first criterion is that no damage to the character of the streetscape. All they're doing is restoring the exact streetscape that had existed before this catastrophe occurred, and that has existed for years, and again is consistent with the streetscape through not just on El Cubero Place, but also throughout the district. The second criterion prevents hardship to the applicant. This is hardship. This was their private outdoor space. It is no longer that. It's not private anymore. And it's a security risk that wasn't there before. So there is hardship. We believe that that criterion is met. The third criterion is that it strengthens the unique heterogeneous character. Now, it's interesting that the term is heterogeneous, meaning there is a recognition in the policy of the city of Santa Fe that you don't want exact conformity. You want variance, aesthetic variance within a permissible range. And they state, and it's specifically stated in this criterion, taking into account a full range of design options. So again, the policy says we don't want everything to be exactly the same, but we want it to have the same character. This house, this wall has that character. Special circumstances. This is the fourth criterion. Special circumstances peculiar to this property. There were 2 special circumstances. The first one is that by the nature of the configuration of this lot, their backyard is in the front as opposed to the back. And so they don't have the normal privacy you would have in a backyard that's up front. Now they have a short wall where anybody can see right into essentially their backyard. So that is a peculiarity regarding this property as to how the house is laid out on the lot. The other peculiar aspect is that this was an emergency. This wasn't a voluntary decision. This was a sewer failure that they had to address. The fifth criterion is it's not the result of the actions of the applicant. The applicants, they didn't do anything except attend to a broken sewer line, which was their legal obligation. Again, no voluntary act to change anything. So they certainly did not cause any of these issues. And again, if you wanted to say maybe they did, you need to point your finger at the city of Santa Fe, which told them to dig there in the first place, which was in error. The sixth and final criterion is least negative impact to harmonious outward appearance. A little bit duplicative of one of the other ones, but again, they're not creating any impact, positive or negative. They're just restoring what was already there, which had always been there. So we believe that we fulfill all 6 of those criteria, and certainly applying common sense, this is one of those cases that has the appropriate circumstances. An exception or a variance from the strict normal rules should be allowed by this body, should have been allowed, we believe, by the review board. However, there's a separate legal basis, we believe, that should allow the Mullicans to reinstall the Latias. This is under section 14-10.3 of the Code of Ordinances, entitled Legal Non-Conforming Structures. Before all of this happened, the wall with the Latias was a legal non-conforming structure. It was over the height, but it was allowed, essentially grandfathered, because it was already there. That's the term, we believe, for a legal non-conforming. It doesn't specifically inform, but it's legal and it's allowed to stay that way. 14-10.3A states that this section 14-10-3 is not intended to prohibit additions or is not intended to prohibit additions or alterations that do not increase the nonconformity. So there's a policy that's expressed there that if you've got a nonconforming use and you need to maintain it or repair it, but it doesn't change or increase the nonconforming aspect of the condition, that's permitted. And there's a more objective specific standard that states, this is under 14-10.3C, if a legal non-conforming structure is destroyed beyond 66 2/3%, it shall not be reconstructed. The obvious implication is that if it's below 66 2/3%, it is allowed to be reconstructed. And again, this is under the legal non-conforming uses section. It really doesn't relate specifically to asking for an exception and applying those 6 criteria. The amount, if you compare the space taken by the Latias and compare that to the entire space of the structure, meaning the wall, the Latias constitute 29% of the wall. So well below the 66 2/3. So presumptively under this ordinance, by its expressed language, it's permitted to be reconstructed without receiving an exception or a variance, we believe. If structure is defined not to mean the wall, but the entire house and structure, then obviously it's much lower percentage, the entire structure. So we believe, based upon those 2 alternative legal routes, either the legal non-conforming structure or the granting of an exception under the 6 criteria, the board was mistaken in denying this application, again, over the recommendations of staff itself. But beyond that, if you just look at appropriate circumstances, this is a case that was initiated by a mistake by the city of Santa Fe in locating that sewer line. That wall never would have been touched, but for that mistake. That is a circumstance that we believe should be considered in the overall circumstances. And then probably the most important is that there are two clear and very material inaccuracies in what staff told the board. And the board, at least with respect to the contributing versus non-contributing, specifically asked about that. They clearly were thinking about that and thought that it was material, and they were told that it was contributing, and it clearly was not. And then the second issue, of course, is Ms. Portergray's statement that all of the walls in the neighborhood were low. Unless, I guess you're considering just two houses, the Mullikins, well, what she said was that there was, let's see, all of the walls in the neighborhood were low except for one right next door to the Mullikins. That clearly is not the case. I guess you've got to figure out what neighborhood means, but certainly neighborhood doesn't mean 2 or 3 houses. We believe it clearly means the Don Gaspar Historical District. Again, there are at least 62 examples of tall walls with latillas on top. So that clearly was a misstatement. Whether it was, I assume, we're not stating that it was intentional in any sense, but it clearly is documented that it was a misstatement. 2 very important misstatements that are exactly relevant to the board's consideration of this application. So for those essentially 4 reasons, we would ask that the governing body essentially reverse and the review board and grant the exception, or otherwise state that it is allowed under the legal non-conforming uses section of the ordinances.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
At this point, we will entertain sworn public comment. If you're here to testify either for or against the appeal, please come forward, and we need you to be sworn, and we'll entertain your comments. Madam Clerk, can you swear the witness? Thank you. If you would just, when you get to the mic, please repeat your name, because you weren't in front of a mic when we just had you
I'll
swear.
even take this off since everybody's 6 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, or is it good morning now?
Good evening.
I'm Deborah Goldstein. I live at 843 Don Cabero, but I live on the corner, so I'm one house from Heidi. I'm going to make this very short because it's been a long evening for everybody. I assume you got the public statement, not the public statements, the written statements we all submitted in the neighborhood. I submitted 2 letters. Walter Sondheim submitted an email. Mark Yetzen did an email. Deb Alchol did an email. Shirley did a letter. And there's a couple that lives right across the street. I never can remember their name. Phyllis and Gordon also submitted. The whole neighborhood wants this fence back up. We all bought our houses and that fence was there. I call it the coyote fence. You all call it something different. But it invades our privacy. We see everything going on. We all bought our houses knowing that fence was there. And I live on the corner, and so do Mark and Deb across the street. We have tall walls. I mean, I've got a 6-foot wall all around the house. So I don't know how measuring is done. As I said in my letter, I was pretty amateur at it. But basically, and just one more second, because people gave me things to say. One, Walter thinks the wall was built or had the extra addition before 1995. So we wonder about when it was actually done. It might have been for the 95 survey. And Deb says, basically, we want it back up. We want our privacy. And they need their privacy and security. I mean, I sent some pictures with mine. I don't know if they showed up on your email, but literally I can walk, and I'm short, and I can look right into her bedroom. So for the sanity of the whole neighborhood, I do hope you reverse the historic board, remand for reconsideration, remand to reverse, or alternatively, you just order it tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here who is a member of the public who'd like to testify on this? Is there anyone on Zoom? There's no one on Zoom. At this time, then I will turn to the governing body and entertain questions of either staff or the appellant or our one witness from the public. Anyone want to lead off with a question? Councilor Cassett.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I do want to hear a little bit more about first the interaction with the city in terms of the misinformation about where the sewer line was. And so they went in for the permit. Did the city come out to the property? And I'm assuming this is a question for the applicant. I'm not sure who would be best to answer that. Would that be, I assume it's your experience. If you could come up, that'd be wonderful. Thank you. So did the city come out to the property and say this is here? Did TLC pull a permit and say we think the sewer line is here and the city approved? How did this mistake come about with the city?
Well, February 1st,
I'm sorry, I know you've already been sworn in,
Oh,
but could you just
yes.
remind us of your name, please?
my name's Heidi Britt Mulliken.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so February 1st, our sewer line broke. It was freezing temperatures. It took a week before TLC could even do any digging. Day 20, we still couldn't figure out where the sewer actually existed. So I was there without a sewer for 24 days. On day 20, TLC said that we need to have the city come out and locate the sewer line. So the city came out and located it, which TLC said because they located it on Don Cubero Avenue, they needed to take down the section of our wall. And I said, okay, I guess we need to. So 6 feet was what the digger took to get in. So we took down a 6-foot section. And then we found out that there was no sewer going out to the front, that it was actually in Houghton on the backside. So by date, once we figured that out, TLC was able to dig on Houghton and had that sewer line located on Houghton. And then we were left with a mess.
Thank you.
Answer the question you asked is that the city comes out here and they come to the residents and they do a marking with spray. And that's how they locate the sewer line.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And then there was a mention, 6 feet of the wall had to come down, and why did all the Latias have to come down at that juncture as opposed to just 6 feet of them?
We bought the house in 2000 with Latia fences on top. Looking at the survey, 1995, it is our understanding, piecing things together, that somewhere between 95 and way before 2000, so guessing 96, 97, that the previous owner put them up to keep her dogs from jumping over. I'm in the same position. My dogs can clear that fence. It's not safe for us, not safe for the public. There's no privacy.
I appreciate the added information, but I was just curious why at that point, all the Latias had to come down as opposed to just the 6 feet.
Because they'd been up there so long, the way they were installed it required, they were starting to sag at different parts of the yard because they were up for 27 years at least. And so when we took down that 6-foot section, it caused the other ones to start falling sideways. And since we were looking at replacing the same materials, it was a good time to fix the lower wall with restuccoing because it had cracks and it had not been repaired for over 30 years.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then I believe this would be a question for staff, maybe Frank. Hey, I'm sorry. Yeah. My question is regarding, I believe that there's something about if less than 50% has been within the historic code, it's less than 50% has been impacted, then you can go ahead and replace, because I know in the historic code, it's, we have this discussion that if there's a non-conforming structure that somehow gets damaged, you're not supposed to replace it. But if it's less than 50% that's been damaged, am I remembering this correctly?
The provision of the code that controls the reconstruction of a non-conforming structure is found put that up on the screen for you. And I'll leave it to the board to decide how this applies. As you see, non-conforming structures over there to the, that doesn't come up on the screen. I don't know.
Well, the point of the question is really, how do we define non-conforming structure? So it sounds, to me, the appellants are defining it as the entire wall, both the stucco and the latias, and maybe that the city is defining just the latias. Am I understanding that calculation correctly?
This is what the code reads with respect to non-conforming structures. And I'm pretty sure this is in the syllabus attached to the city attorney's office memo. I'm looking at A6 under 14-5.2.
Thank you.
No non-conforming structure in the historic district which has been damaged by fire, explosion, act of God, or the public enemy to the extent of more than 50% of its value, exclusive of basement or cellar, shall be restored, except in conformity with the requirements of this section. So there hasn't been a fire, an explosion, and act of God, I guess, is pretty broad, but I think it's like a weather related or natural disaster, or the public enemy. I think that means some kind of violent act by a criminal, maybe firebombing or something. I don't know. A vandalism or an arson. Related. And so I don't know that applies in this situation, because this was an intentional act by the property owners. That the property owners took down the Latia fence. I don't know that this applies. Now,
Mayor Weber, councilors, I'm guessing you might be asking about the applicant's reference to 1410.3.
Yes, maybe that one's it.
Okay.
And they said,
and that's the one that's not specific to historic properties. It seems like I hadn't done research on that specific section. I'm not sure if it was part of the applicant's prior statements in either H board or in conversations you've had, Frank. But I guess the question would be, does this section have any bearing on this case when we have a very specific provision in the historic districts governing chapter about a similar topic? And then we have the exceptions that we know apply, which are extremely specific. And we have an overarching theory in the chapter 14 that says a more specific provision governs over a more general.
Well, I think it's also important to consider the definition of a legal non-conforming use, because the section that Mr. Allison read to you talks about a legal non-conforming use. And there are a lot of code provisions that apply to that, but a legal non-conforming use is specifically defined in the code as a use that was lawfully established, but that fails to conform to the use regulations of this chapter. Let's see, I need legal non-conforming structure. A structure or portion of a structure that was lawfully constructed, but that fails to conform to the standards of Chapter 14 for structures, such as restrictions on area, lot coverage, height, required yards, or other characteristics of the structure or its location on the lot. And this is critical, as a consequence of annexation of the structure into the city, or as a consequence of adoption of or amendments to Chapter 14. The research I did indicates that Chapter 14 with respect to yard wall heights has not been amended since, I think since possibly the 1950s. That's been a long-standing provision of the code. And furthermore, Gary Makino, the inspector, indicates that there is no record whatsoever in the city of Santa Fe that anybody ever applied for a permit to build that Latia topper on that stucco wall. We have no idea how that got built.
Thank you. So based on what I'm understanding, that this more specific code within the more specific provision within the historic section of Chapter 14 applies as opposed to.
Well, Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassett, what I'm hearing Frank say, and see if
But also
I'm,
that it
see if
doesn't
I'm
apply here.
see if I'm saying this right. It sounds like the city's records doesn't show that this is a legal non-conforming structure because it was never constructed legally. It's outside of conforming before and now. It's not like something changed that made it non-conforming after it was built legally.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, thank you. Well, and it also sounds like where I was initially going, as you mentioned, you kind of read off the scenarios where that 50% does get to be considered, and it doesn't sound like that applies in this case. So I don't believe I have any further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Rivera, you have the floor, sir.
Sorry, Frank, were we able to determine if the city made a mistake on locating the sewer line?
I don't recall hearing of this before, so I don't recall specifically asking either Mr. Makino or Angela Bordigari about that question. The idea that the city, I do recall something about learning that the sewer line extended to the back of the property out to the West Houghton alley and didn't go through the front yard, but explanation that the city gave him erroneous information. I don't recall hearing about this before.
Okay, and that never came up during the planning commission hearing that you're aware of?
Well,
I mean, H board, sorry.
I don't recall that coming up. I mean, of course, those hearings are long and there's a lot of dialogue, but I don't specifically recall.
Right, okay. And is this a contributing or a non-contributing structure?
We believe all of the indications we have are this is a non-contributing structure. And the error may be if you take a look at the wall height calculation for Don Cabero Place, and that's the one that maybe it appears in the packet as a bunch of red and orange and yellow structures on a pink map, very, very colorful. You may see that 330 Don Cabero, the house appears in orange, which indicates it's a non-contributing structure. But as you can see, the garage on the west side of the house appears in red, which indicates that it's contributing. So the practice may be that if any part of a property is contributing, then the entire property is considered contributing. But I believe that is an error. That garage should not appear in red on that map. If you take a look at the historic cultural property inventories, which I showed you during my presentation, way back when they were doing those HICPs, that property was designated non-contributing, and we can't find anything that indicates that the H board ever made the decision to change the designation. So I believe more likely than not, it is a non-contributing, but I urge the board to consider that the wall height calculation is not contingent and does not hinge upon the status of a house as contributing, landmark, non-contributing, or significant. It applies to all houses, and it applies to a particular streetscape, not to the entire historic district.
Okay, thank you. And then I think the applicant showed something from the Historic Design Review Board that said that all the walls were probably within that 4-foot level, except for the one right next door. Do we know how tall that wall is?
It appears on the wall height calculation, if we're talking about the one the one to the east is 336, listed as 336 Don Cabero Place. It indicates that at its highest, it is 89 inches, and at its, let me say, at its lowest, it's 78. So yeah, they are next door to a very tall yard wall. On the other hand, the property next door to the west, at its highest, it's 42 inches, and at its lowest, it's 30 inches. So they're next door to a very tall yard wall to the east and a very low yard wall to the west.
And I suppose we know when that tall wall was constructed or if it went through the proper procedures.
That would be something we'd have to research. Yeah, I know that property next door is designated also non-contributing, but many of the houses in that area were built in the 1930s. But what renovations and what modifications have been made to many of those houses is sometimes difficult to ascertain.
All right, the 89-inch wall next door, is that strictly a block wall or is it a combination of block latillas or just latillas or something else?
Councilor and Mayor Weber, I believe that Angela Bordigary would be able to answer that. I think she knows that area pretty well, and if she could be sworn, I think that she may be able to answer some of these questions.
Sure.
I, Angela Shackle Bordigare, Avenida de Isidro, solemnly declare and affirm the testimony I have in reference to this case shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury. Thank you.
Did you hear the question?
Actually, if you could.
Counselor, you want
parse it down
to
that
do it again?
Specific question, I'd appreciate it.
The 89, the 89-inch wall next door. Do we know the type of wall it is? Is it all block? Is it combination of block and fence or something else?
Mayor Weber, members of the council, Councilor Rivera, we do. It is a wall that is stuccoed masonry wall, and a portion of it, I believe, is latillas as it's inset next the adjacent wall next to this house in question. And I'm going to note that that's a non-historic tall wall. The 89 inches is it's the only wall in that streetscape, which is this, as Attorney Rui Balid stated, is a term of art in the historic district's code for, it's a specific definition within the property that is the subject property. And then he showed that streetscape. All the walls in that streetscape are low, except for that tall wall next door, which is non-historic and there's no permit for.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. And Counselor Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a question about the height as well. There was a map, because I understand how we calculated was based on averages of heights, but I was more interested in the number of walls that are similar to height in that area, because I think it was like written, I could see like heights written on that map, and I thought I saw some that were 6 feet, multiple, not just the one that Counselor Rivera is referencing. So I understand like the calculation with average, but I would like to understand the number of houses that have similar height walls and how many there are.
Mayor Weber, Counselor Chavez, thank you for that question, opportunity to clarify exactly what we mean by streetscape and the applicable streetscape in this case. All the walls except for that one wall, and I think it would be useful to bring up the Google image. I don't know if we want to see that because we just did in the back. They're all low except for that one wall. You've seen images from the appellants and Esteban Trujillo, the applicant's representative, that of walls and taken from throughout the Don Gaspar Historic District, which is pretty large. And that's not the applicable state's streetscape in this case. It's actually confined to that street that this property is on.
So I thought that I saw measurements within the streetscape that was projected on the screen. There were numbers next to lots, and that's kind of what I'm referencing. And it is within the streetscape.
Yeah, maybe you can get that map. I'm looking at it on my computer. I think it's from the HDRB minutes, page 26, but I think Frank had it in his presentation as a colored map with calculations of highest and lowest points along the street. And
thank you.
It was how you achieved the average, but you also had individual calculations.
That while this is up before we get his up, yes, the map has calculations of each of the walls, and in the calculations, some of the walls are thrown out for reasons of being non-historic. This is a picture of that street, and you're looking at the subject property here with Latias as they were formerly, and you can see along the street there are no tall yard walls in that streetscape. So none of those have heights. As you can see, that's the character of the Don Gaspar Historic District and this streetscape in particular, which is what this case hinges on.
Do we have a view of that map facing the opposite direction?
And turn it, spin it. Oh, with this guy. There you go, there's the neighbors. Thank you. So what you're seeing here is the wall that Councilor Rivera asked about, the very next door neighbor. And that wall is out of character with the rest of the streetscape and that we don't have permits for.
And can we see the image from the previous presentation with the calculations, please?
Frank, can you put the street, the looking down on the street lot by lot with the calculations across the different lot lines? There we go. Is that what you're looking for, Counselor?
Yes, thank you. I could see it.
Is there a way to blow it up a little bit for us, please? Counselor, is it helpful if we,
No, I think I could see it. Thank you.
can you see it?
Yeah. No, I couldn't find it in the packet.
This is what I. In the. Oh, maybe I.
All right, thank you. I yield the floor, Mayor Weber.
Is that what you needed, or did you want to ask anything about the
No,
numbers?
that's it. Thank you.
All right, very good. Other questions from the governing body? Counselor Signy Lindell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Alan Weber. It's 11 o'clock. Okay, Mr. Allison, I got a couple of questions for you. I just want to confirm that I heard a couple of things that you said. So we're here on an appeal that all of this started because there was a sewer issue. And the part that I'm having a really hard time getting past and digging into some of the minutia of this is that the Mullikans were told by the city where the sewer line was, correct?
That's correct.
But that wasn't right. Correct? Where they said the sewer line was not correct.
That's correct.
So all of this raising of this wall was because that's where the city had told them that the sewer line was, and they needed to get in there and dig.
That is correct. And if I can expand just a little bit, I think it's a matter of state law that a contractor is not to start digging until they've been informed by whatever the appropriate jurisdiction is. Where are the lines? It's a safety issue as well as a practical issue. The city is the one that has the records as to where the lines are running underground. There are gas lines, there are water lines, there are electric lines. And so it's a matter of safety for a contractor, particularly a large contractor like this, is a matter of course, this is how they're going to locate the line. And that's what happened in this case. Apparently the city's records were incorrect, but they came out, I think they drew the line on the ground with the paint, and of course they went right up to the wall and past the wall. And so TLC removed a portion of the wall because they thought they needed to, and then they started digging and there was no sewer line.
Okay, so how far away from where they were told that the sewer line was located, was it actually located?
It was on a different street, right? Can Ms. Britt Mulligan respond to that? There's more facts.
Sure.
The sewer line actually went 64 feet underneath the house to the back alley. So that's where we found out the faulty sewer line was actually. So they dug in right behind the house in on Houghton.
Okay. So you had an indication from the city where the sewer line was, and it ended up being on a different street.
Correct.
Okay. The the vote on this from the historic board was a 3-2 vote. Is that correct? Yeah, that's what the record says. Okay, that's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Counselor Counselor Lee Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilwoman. To go back to that question, how do we find liability on the side of the city for a line locate for sewer? And I know that when I've called for line locates before construction happens, it's typically to identify electric, other utilities that are in the area so you don't dig and somebody gets hurt. In regards to TLC's responsibility in helping to find that line, I know that I'm struggling with figuring out how they could have identified a line that goes underneath the house to the opposite side. I think that was what happened, right?
That's my understanding. Correct.
You know, they have cameras and ways to go into sewer lines, which kind of gives a direction, which again, I'm struggling with finding out, you know, why it was marked there. Was there a work order or a line locate order that was registered with the city to come out?
I don't know that for a fact, but I assume that there would have been because they put in a request to the city, and I think that's the way the city would have administratively handled it.
Right. And again, I'm trying to identify and look at facts and what makes sense here in regards to, was a mistake done locating the sewer line and whose mistake was it? The next question I'm gonna have is, I had questions in regards to when the structure was built. But I think that was answered, that there was never a permit pulled to allow this to be built, and maybe requests of a variance, I believe, for height. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. You're talking about adding the Latias.
Adding the Latias, yes.
My understanding that was not permitted, but of course that was before the Mullicans were involved, so they don't have direct knowledge of that. The city would have more direct knowledge.
Question for somebody from the city in regards to building height, not building heights, but fence height, the height of a fence. When did that the fence height come into rule in regards to how high they're allowed to be built? 5 feet, I know, is the norm. But no, yeah, it's for the city, please.
Councilor Garcia. We have the historic preservation ordinance, and there are design standards for each of the 5 historic districts, and there are height standards that apply equally throughout the 5 historic districts. And that refers to heights of all structures, which includes buildings and yard walls, fences, et cetera. And in the code, it specifies how you calculate a maximum allowable height for each structure in any of the historic districts.
So for this property, what is the maximum allowable height for a fence or a wall?
In this particular streetscape, it's 4 feet, 7 inches, I think was in staff report. And
do you know when that rule was put in effect?
The rule for the actual
for 4 feet, 7 inches.
So that's done in an individual basis per case. So
calculated.
Right, exactly. So yeah.
So if this fence or the addition to it was built in the late 90s, I guess, would it have had to have gone through this type of calculation in order to be built?
Theoretically, yes. and it didn't. And there's many, many examples of this.
So the rule was in place
Oh, yeah.
by then already.
Yeah, there's no record of a permit for the Latias.
Understand.
And we looked for that first.
Okay. The next question I just would have is if, and I know this still would probably have to go to the H board to request a variance to construct this wall again, right? Or does it go to the planning commission, or does it handled by land use?
I'd have to defer to legal counsel on that. I believe that the buck stopped here with you all. That the appeal goes to the higher body.
Right.
As far as how that's disposed of, you either approve it or you want to respond?
Are we swearing in more people here?
Mayor Council, are we just responding to what the code says or something, or what are,
It
what's
was
the
a
question?
procedural question about who, if we were to say you're permitted to restore the Latias, would that then go back to a different process, or is it we supersede all the other processes?
Mayor councilors, they would be allowed to proceed at that point.
Thank you. Counselor?
That was my question. And therefore, if we do not grant this appeal, the wall stays to the height that it should be at 4 feet 7 inches.
Counselor Garcia, in this case, it would mean that the Latias cannot be added back on to the existing
To the wall.
stucco wall.
Okay. What was the height of the stucco wall? I think I wrote it down, but.
It varied. It varied between, I think, 4 feet 2 inches to 4'10" in my staff report because of the topography.
And overall now it's 6 feet with the Latias.
Correct.
All right, I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to follow up, my colleagues actually asked the questions that I had, and I just had a follow-up. I don't know who can answer this, but staff probably knows the house in question. There's other walls around it. And from what I understand, there's other sections of that wall that are 6 to 8 feet. Not the front part, but can staff clarify that? I think Mr. Rubali had told me that there were other sections of this property that their walls had 6 to 8 feet levels.
I don't recall 8 feet.
Okay, maybe not 8.6 then.
I drove through that area some time ago, and of course I looked at a lot of maps and diagrams and that sort of things.
Mayor councilor, now I would like Frank to be sworn.
Say that again.
Mayor councilors, if Frank's gonna be going into his personal viewing of properties and observations, then he needs to be sworn.
Okay, Frank? You're
So
now,
my question is, and I don't know if who can answer this from staff, is if this home, this property, if the walls, other parts of the home, not the front part or what were considered the front part, if there's other parts of the wall that are higher than the 4 point, whatever it is.
Councilor Villarreal, if you take a look at the Hickby that is part of the packet that was submitted to the board, you'll see some pictures of the back of the house, the part of the house that fronts on West Houghton Street. And you'll see those the walls
To the back.
around the backyard and around the side look like they're about 6 feet. They're very tall.
Right.
They're see over the wall into the backyard.
All right, okay, so given that fact, we were talking about streetscape. So isn't an alleyway a street?
The calculation is made from the front.
But I'm just
Because-
curious, is an alleyway considered a street?
No, especially not in this situation, because if you take a look at,
I saw a different version behind you.
Okay.
Not so much about streetscape, but how we define streetscape to me, there's a specific definition. But I guess I was just trying to figure out the alleyway is a street, so it has in a way its own streetscape, maybe not defined by historic, what you're referencing when we were talking about streetscape, but I guess I keep thinking that's also a streetscape, and we're talking about a wall on the other side of the home that is also 6 feet. So I just wanted to put that out there because, yeah, I just have a hard time with this based on some of the information that we've been given about different levels of fences. Some are low, most are low, some are high, and then we're not even talking about the back alleyway, and those are different. And I know, I guess it's how you're applying the historic section of the code about streetscape, but it kind of is a conflict to me because streetscape to me is also an alleyway. There's a streetscape on an alley.
Councilor Villarreal and Mayor Weber. Santa Fe City Code, section 14-5.2. We're talking subsection after subsection D9, little a, little Roman, capital A. Streetscape includes buildings, yard walls, and fences on both sides of the street for a distance of 600 feet, measured from the midpoint of the street-facing facade of the proposed building, yard wall or fence in both directions parallel to the street. And if a streetscape is truncated by an intersecting block before the 600 feet is measured, which is the situation on Don Cabero Place, streetscape shall include all buildings, yard walls, and fences up to and including those which front the intersection. So you see references in a number of different streetscapes that talk about the fronts of the building. In this particular location, none of those houses have an address on West Houghton Street. Some houses have an address on West Houghton Street and the next block over to the east, and West Houghton Street splits off. But in that section of West Houghton Street, all of the addresses are either on Don Cabero Place, Don Cabero Avenue, and there's an address back right adjacent to the Mulligan's property that has an address on Don Manuel. It's like an 800 address.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying because it's based on the address, but I mean, the way I see it is we're talking about streets and they have streetscapes and the alleyway is a street. And then that's where we actually have walls that are 6 feet.
Thank you. It's about which street you're facing. So the back is a different streetscape, what you're referring to, and that's a back wall. So that's its own streetscape. And so this streetscape that applies is in the front.
I know, but that's what's hard for me. I'm just gonna
If you
say
look at
that.
it in a historic preservation sense, we protect historic streetscapes, and that means the buildings and structures that are within a defined area. And so that's visually looking at those in the front. And so you're looking at that particular streetscape. If there was a wall on the back where this alley is, then we would do a streetscape calculation for that streetscape and all the walls facing the alleys. And those are higher. Yes.
Right. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Counselor Cassidy. Can we get a motion to go beyond 11:30 before it gets any later?
I move.
We're not going to get this done by 11:30. We haven't finished any of our work yet, so we're going to have to go beyond 11:30 to wrap this up.
I move to suspend our rules and go past 11:30.
Second.
All right, there's a motion, there's a second. Our people who are recused can't vote, so can we bring them in for this vote? No.
You could, Mayor Weber, councilors probably
Well,
not about,
let's just
you
vote.
don't need to necessarily.
Call the roll, please. Sorry. We have a point of order. We have a discussion on the motion.
So if we vote to extend past 11:30, we still have the option to truncate the rest of the agenda.
I'm just trying to get this case done before we expire at 11:30.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Could you call the roll, please? Because we're not going to make it on this case.
Great. Counselor Lindell.
What?
Hi.
Yes.
Counselor Rivera.
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes, thank you. I just think we need to we're working our way through this. Let's get through this methodically.
Mr. Mayor,
Counselor Cassett, you have the floor.
I'm just gonna go let both counselors know to get comfortable. Okay.
Well, I'm not arguing we should extend longer than we need to. I just think we're not, if I look at the clock, we will not have a vote by 11:30.
Good question.
You have the floor.
Thank you. So I'm just kind of going back to this concept around the city blunder, and was this discussed at H board at all? Because I'm not seeing that anywhere in the notes. Now, it does say specifically we dug and it wasn't where the pipe was, but it doesn't talk about that being at the fault of the city. So that's not reflected in the H board minutes as far as I can see. So did that discussion occur at the H board hearing for this case?
Who are you asking?
Who was there?
That the city gave them bad information.
Mhm.
I don't recall that coming up. I remember an issue that they dug one location and didn't find the sewer line there, and it turned out to be an unnecessary dig. And they found the sewer line extending out to the back in West Houghton Street, but where the information came from as to where they thought the sewer was located and where it was ultimately located, I do not recall.
And should we have that I'm guessing this would be with public utilities? Who would have been the ones that they were working with? Does the appellant have a response to that? Were you dealing with the public utilities department? I think you need to speak it
You're
into
gonna
the
have
mic
to go up
so
to
it's
the
officially
podium.
on there. Yeah.
Yes, TLC requested that utilities come out and mark where which street the sewer line was on and where they needed to aim. And they marked it on Don Cubero Place.
Thank you. And to Councilor Lee Garcia's point, shouldn't we have a city record showing that there was a mistake made on the part of the city? For me, that matters. Whether or not there was that this was a city blunder.
Well,
And not having that confirmation, I think that's an area that I'm struggling on. So I'm not sure if there's a way to get that confirmation.
You asked a very pertinent question of staff. Can we ask the appellant at the H board hearing, did the issue of the city's misidentification of the sewer line come up at that hearing? Did you all bring it up?
Nowhere along this whole process was this allowed to be addressed.
So I'll take that as a no.
Correct.
Okay, and how was it not allowed? You tried to bring it up and the chair said it was out of order? What's the, because I am looking at the minutes as we all have, and I also don't see it in the minutes.
That issue was never discussed. It was all about the height calculation, and it was all about conformity. That was not an issue, and it should have been.
Okay, you made the presentation at the.
I did make a presentation.
And you described about the sewer line being in the wrong location, but you didn't attribute the mistake to anybody at that time.
Well, that was the mistake, being in the wrong
I
location.
understand. That wasn't my question, however.
Okay.
I'm just reading the applicant's presentation from the minutes. explained the situation arose from the sewer line being in the wrong location. It was necessary to destroy, in the minutes, it says 8 feet of the wall and so on and so forth. But looking at the minutes, to the extent that we are relying on them for prior information, the issue of the city misidentifying the location, that really wasn't at that time part of your presentation. Is that
It was not part of the presentation, but it was part of the letter that
okay?
that I wrote. So I thought it was part of the evidence that was there because I don't know what they're gonna throw at me when I present.
I hear, I'm not attacking you, sir.
No,
just
I'm
asking.
just saying that I don't know
Yeah.
what's going to happen in front of the hearing.
Right.
So, but it was addressed in the letter. And I was hoping that, I don't know if the board members read the letter. I have no idea.
I appreciate that.
You.
But did that help answer, Counselor Cassett? You had asked originally whether it came up at the hearing. It appears specifically not in the presentation or in the give and take with the board.
Yes, correct. Thank you. That did answer my question. Thank you. Yield the floor.
I have one question of staff, if I may. Since we're looking into the minutes, I've been confused all night long about what the staff's recommendation was at the H board. And part of my confusion is when I read it, it's confusing to me. So let me read it out loud for everyone to know what I'm reading. Staff recommendation. Staff does not find that all the exception criteria have been met, but the board may find that they have upon further testimony. Otherwise, staff recommends approval of the application as it complies with 14-5.2 parentheses D, general design standards for all H districts, and 14-5.2 parentheses H, Don Gaspar area district. So inasmuch as this case revolves around a fence, seems we're on both sides of the fence. How do I'm not trying to make light of the situation. It's a serious situation, but we didn't find that the exception criteria had been met, but the staff recommends approval of the application. Can you help me understand how that would work as a decision-making process?
Yes, Mayor Weber, members of the council. As staff, we make these recommendations to our boards, and as staff, we're the experts, and generally the board will make decisions based on those opinions. In this particular case, yes, I recommended approval. However, because it required an exception to the height standards, which was the 6 criteria, part of my review of this in my report is to respond to the applicant's responses to those 6 criteria. And all of those criteria are in the packet. To all of those, staff disagreed that any of those criteria were met. And so that's our process. And then at the hearing, the board has additional testimony. They make the decision about whether to approve the case.
Right, but I'm all of that is absolutely crystal clear to me. I may or may not agree with your finding that the exception criteria were met, but I'm trying to square the circle. If the criteria weren't met, why did you end up recommending approval? And that, I mean, the answer may be because staff struggles with these issues too, and they're not always black and white, and we all have to do our best to make sense out of a complicated situation. I'm not putting words in your mouth, but you know, we as governing body members, we have that same complicated effort to be both paying very strict attention to what the code says, but also recognizing that we're dealing with real life situations which don't always match one-to-one.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to take those words from your mouth because that's exactly the situation here. And it has everything to do with the circumstances. And under the circumstances at the time of that report writing and investigating and working with the applicant, and our building inspector. I too could not get past how the sewer line had been marked in the wrong place. By whom, whose responsibility? Whether, you know, that, again, that is a different department, and I'm not one of those employees that's going to tell you that's not my job. But I don't know. I tried to get that information we looked up permits from their plumber, TLC. There is a permit for the job, but with respect to that area of our city, that's a question mark. And so back to my analysis and recommendation was based on just the sheer, and that's an understatement, series of unfortunate events. And
I think you've answered the question and I really appreciate it. I wasn't trying to put you in a
Yeah, that's
uncomfortable
fine.
position. I think staff and just governing body members wrestle with complicated issues and we try to come up with solutions that are both conforming to what the code says and also to what our sense of the circumstances or the human condition asks of us. So very good, very candid. Thank you. Councilor Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. Back to, I think what Councilor Garcia was alluding to, and I don't think I've ever seen it anywhere where the city gets called out to mark a sewer line. Usually a plumbing company will come, they'll start at the meter, they'll go backwards to the house to find out where the sewer line is, or they'll start at the house, either on the roof through the vent, run a camera down and figure out where the sewer line is, or through the cleanouts. But I've never heard or seen of our sewer department ever coming to mark lines for digging or to try to figure out where a problem might be. So I don't know that we won't get that figured out tonight, I don't think, but I'm struggling with that one because I've never seen it happen. So I don't know if you have, or maybe Councilor Garcia, but I've never seen anyone being called out to mark a sewer.
Fair point, Ken. Any other questions? We're still up to bring everybody up to where we are in our process. This is where the governing body gets to ask questions. If all the questions have been asked, or when they have been asked, then we would close the public hearing and we would move to a motion on either direction and a vote on that motion. Are there more questions for anyone in front of us? Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question for, I forgot your name. Yes. You alluded to a copy of a letter that you had submitted.
Yes.
And that letter, in that letter, you said it stated that there was a mistake in the line locate of the sewer line.
I stated what?
That the sewer line had been located incorrectly. Was it stated that it was by the city that the sewer line was not marked correctly?
That's correct.
Is there a copy of that letter anywhere?
There was a letter by Maria Martinez that do you have a
Page
copy of the
27.
letter?
Page 27
No, a
of-
copy of the letter by
of the addendum.
Maria Martinez that indicated that this shouldn't even be an issue because of the sewer emergency. And she's the one that came out and located the line in the first place.
Thank you. I'll have to take a look at that. The other question I had was, goes towards grandfathering. And I know this was probably built again without permit back in the 90s. But without that, how far do we go back? I mean, what's the definition of grandfathering in? And if, I guess, what is our interpretation of that if something changes such as now? To rebuild back to what the state was, to its original state previous to the destruction of the wall. And I guess maybe that could be directed to the city attorney. You mind reading it in for the record?
So this is Mr. Trujillo's letter to Ms. Bordegaray, and the date is April 22nd, 2022. This is where he goes through his opinion regarding the 6 criteria for an exception, but at the end, he says there was a sequence of events he describes. And on February 14th, he states that the city locates the sewer line to be on Don Cabero Place. TLC estimator comes and determines that small segment of wall has to be removed to access the sewer line. TLC retains all permits required to do the utilities work. And then on February 20th, TLC digging in yard result determines that sewer line is not on Don Cabero Place, but on West Houghton. Plans change.
Are they referring to the main sewer line or are they referring to the sewer line that goes to the house?
I think it's the private portion of the sewer line from the street to the house, correct?
Wait, whoa. Hold on,
Right.
hold on. If you're not in front of the mic, we're not getting your words. So
But in other words, in the letter, there's nothing indicating what sewer line had been located, whether it was the one in the street or the one that went to the home.
Well, I take it to be the one on their property, but I could have Mr. Trujillo explain that.
Go ahead.
Okay, so there is a line that is marked by the city. If you look at the city map, there's a line that goes east-west along Don Cabero Place, and then there's another line that goes on West Houghton. Okay, the city marks the spot from where the sewer line is draws a line towards the sidewalk indicating where that line goes into the property. So there's like a T. So that's what the city drew on or spray painted on the street.
Thank you. I'm still just struggling with locating a sewer line, especially a private sewer line that's going to the house and how that mistake could have happened. If it obviously did happen, I'm in the direction that, it was a mistake that happened, that should have never happened. But I'm struggling with that because I'd like to know at what point the city work order was put in the sense, who went out there and located the sewer line? Was it a judgment call on the behalf of the contractor? And so those are the things that I'm struggling with here, but I'll yield the floor.
Thank you.
Somebody else has.
Any other questions at this time? I think before we close the public hearing, I want to give the appellant 5 minutes to make a closing statement. And given the hour, if you could literally use 5 minutes, you would win the hearts and minds of the American people.
I'm probably too tired to go beyond 5 minutes.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Let me first address the issue we're talking about. Who made the mistake on the location of the sewer line? One issue is this a de novo hearing or is this an on the record hearing? I believe this is a de novo hearing. Clearly it is in the sense that additional evidence is taken from additional witnesses. And we had the opportunity to call witnesses. Assuming it's a de novo hearing, then the evidence presented tonight about that issue is before this body. And that evidence is that the city came out and mislocated the line and did the painting on the grass or whatever, the street. However, Mr. Trujillo just just showed that that was raised in the proceeding below. So to the extent this is an on the record appeal, the evidence before this body, whether it's on the record or de novo, is that the city mislocated the line. We wouldn't be here if that hadn't happened because the wall never would have been disturbed. A second point I'd like to make is that there was discussion about, is it 50%? If it's more than 50% destruction, it can't be rebuilt. If it's more than 66 2/3%, it can't be rebuilt, depending on which section you're looking at. But the policy is very clear that if it's disturbed below 50% or 66%, then the presumption is it can be rebuilt. This is 29%. It's less than 50 or 66 2/3. So I think that answers that question. This is an issue of maintenance. This is about maintenance. This is about maintenance that was required because of a sewer line collapse, but it's maintenance. And it's certainly the policy of the city of Santa Fe and every city, I'm sure, that they want to encourage residents to maintain their property. In this case, had the Mullikans not spent the money and taken the effort to deal with this issue, which was primarily in their interest, of course, we would have a much bigger problem. They were maintaining what was already there. And I think the policy of the city of Santa Fe is to encourage maintenance, not discourage it. The last thing I would address is the fact that the decision of the review board had to be based upon two very significant inaccuracies. The first one is, which is not really contested, the difference between contributing and non-contributing. On at least two occasions that it was represented that it was contributing, and one time it was in response to a specific question from one of the board members. They were acting under the assumption that this was a continuing contributing property. It was not. And that is a material issue because all of this relates to aesthetics. If a property is contributing, it's held to a higher standard than a non-contributing property. The other inaccuracy is the statement that the neighborhood has predominantly low yard walls. Now, I believe what the city is taking the position now is that it's not really a neighborhood, it's just this short street, this streetscape. But that's not what the board members were told. That distinction was not made, that we're taking this very small sample. When we represent to you that the area has predominantly low walls, and that's clearly not the case, had there been a distinction that we're only talking about this one little segment, then at least the review board would have been operating on accurate information. But why would you take such a small segment? The policy is to maintain harmony throughout the area, throughout the district. So if you're just going to choose 2 or 3 or 4 houses as your sample, that's not consistent with the policy that you're trying to meet, which is to maintain harmony throughout the district. So if this body allows the board ruling to stand, you're allowing a decision that was based on material inaccurate information to stand. I don't think that's the policy of the city of Santa Fe. So we would request that the board grant the exception.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to, at this point, close the public hearing. And once it's closed, unless we were to vote to reopen it, we can't ask further questions. And I will entertain a motion and a second on whether to grant or to deny the appeal. And please make your, if you can, the reasoning for your motion, so there's a record of that. No, ma'am. The public hearing is closed. I understand, but I apologize. I just announced the hearing was closed, that part. Apologies. Counselor Lindell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to grant the appeal on the grounds that although the yard wall with a Latia extension as it existed before the demolition does not conform to the historic district height limitation, the appellants have conclusively demonstrated the 6 exception criteria. Facts supporting the exception criteria are stated 1 through 6. City Attorney, can I say 1 through 6? The 1 through 6 exception criteria found in the code, or must I read each exception criteria?
Remember, Counselor, I think given the context, we know which exception criteria you're talking about. If you have any, specific things you want to call out regarding those criteria, that would be helpful to us.
Second.
Done.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. The motion is to grant the appeal. Is there discussion? I would say one thing before we get to the vote, which is I actually think the staff report, which I called confusing, is once we explore it, not all that confusing and makes a ton of sense. I also think it's completely reasonable to look at the exception criteria and conclude that the deviation doesn't damage the character of the streetscape. It does prevent a hardship to the applicant. It does strengthen heterogeneity in that area. It is clearly due to special conditions and circumstances peculiar to the land, as well as to conditions and circumstances not caused by the appellants, and would provide the least negative impact given our options in this circumstance. So I think it is both an extenuating circumstance, the likes of which few of us have seen before, and also if you were going to simply attempt to apply the criteria, I think a very clear case can be made that it meets those as well. Any other discussion? Could you call the roll on the motion, please?
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all for your hard work and a very complex case. Could you read us the next item, please? They're coming back. Mr. Blair just went to get them. Oh, yeah. You can make a motion.
Item B is consideration of a resolution. This is for case number 2021-5505, New Mexico Land Solutions LLC agent for Dry Creek Partnership. Applicant requests approval of a resolution to amend the
take the
general
temperature of
plan
the
future
council.
land use map
This is the people.
to change the future land use classification for approximately 2.2 acres of land located at 6350 Airport Road from office to community commercial. Heather Lamboy, our assistant land use director, is for this. She's already here.
And we have 2 members of the government. Well, we have to get our recused members back among us. Good, thank you. I think I will repeat the process because it's important to know how we would do this. We will begin with what turns out to be really a significant issue, which is disclosing any pre-hearing communications that would require a member of the governing body to recuse him or herself. And then there'll be a staff report from the land use from Ms. Lamboy, up to 10 minutes. The applicant up to 15 minutes, public comment, questions. When the questions are all done, we close the hearing. We then entertain motions and we move forward. This is, I think we're gonna do both C and D. I'm sorry, I got the wrong numbers. We're gonna do both B and C with one fell swoop. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, this is we're really doing great tonight. We're full of energy. We've got nothing but riveting attention here. Ms. Lamboy, you have the floor.
Mayor, if I could, I would much rather read the second caption into the record since we're doing them
Why don't you do that? That's
together.
a good catch.
Yes, so item C is consideration of bill number 2023-3. It's requesting an adoption of an ordinance, case number 2021-5506, NM Land Solutions LLC, agent for Dry Creek Partnership. Applicant requests approval of a bill to rezone approximately 2.2 acres of land located at 6350 Airport Road from C1 Office and Related Commercial District to C2 General Commercial District. There you go. Take it away.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the council. Thank you for your patience and endurance. Tonight, I will be brief. So this case is with reference to 6350 Airport Road, which is a vacant lot located between Geo Lane and Paseo del Sol on Airport Road. So it's on the south side of Airport Road. The context and the request is for a general plan amendment to go from commercial office to community commercial, and from C1 to C2, which is a general commercial zone district. C1 is office and related commercial. So to understand the context, you can see the site sort of at the center of the aerial. There's multifamily residential in the area, as well as single family residential, manufactured home parks, and there is some commercial across the street on the north side of Airport. The existing future land use category is office, which is found throughout the Airport Road corridor, interspersed with the general commercial zone district, which is in red. And then there's also mixed category that acknowledges the airport overlay as well in that purple color there. So the proposed future land use would change to community commercial, which would be isolated in this particular case, but is found along the corridor further down the road to the east. The existing zone district is the C1, which is indicated in purple here, and the proposed zone district is C2. And you will find that there's red general commercial zoning categories nearby and proximate, and especially across the street from this particular site. This site is also part of the Southwest Santa Fe Community Area Master Plan area. And this particular neighborhood is the South Central Neighborhood Planning Area. And the neighborhood planning area calls for an eclectic assembly of uses. And there's also a neighborhood center that is part of sort of the overall mix of uses in that South Central Neighborhood Planning Area. So with reference to that, the general commercial zone district could be part of that mix of uses. So the approval criteria with reference to a general plan amendment is that it's consistent with growth projections and economic development goals. It's consistent with other parts of the general plan. It provides for coordinated and harmonious development and is not inconsistent with the prevailing use and character of the area. And the guiding policy that is implemented through the Southwest Area Master Plan, as well as the general plan, is the call for a mix of uses along the Airport Road corridor. The approval criteria for rezoning, and this is Airport Road in the 80s, I believe, if not the 70s. And you can see that things have changed quite a bit over time. So there has been a change in the surrounding area. It is a different zoning category, is more advantageous to foster redevelopment. It is consistent with the applicable general plan policies, and existing and planned infrastructure improvements will accommodate for the future development on the site. And part of that analysis was to understand whether the infrastructure from the road networks and utilities and all of that could accommodate for development on that site. And the airport overlay goal calls out for establishing a multi-use corridor, and that implements the proposed general commercial zone district would implement that as well. And so the staff recommendation is, as well as the planning commission recommendation, is the approval of this proposed general plan amendment, as well as the proposed rezoning. And just for reference, this was the second airport that Santa Fe had. And it used to be actually right along that airport road corridor in this area. That concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you very much. We turn now to the applicant. And we would welcome your sworn testimony.
Hello. Hi, my name is Nathan Manzanares. I'm with NM Land Solutions. I'm located at 915 Mercer Street, Santa Fe, New Mexico. I solemnly declare and affirm the testimony that I have in reference to this case shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councilors. Thank you. Thank you, Heather. I did have a presentation ready, but I think Heather knocked it out of the park. As stated, we have worked with staff. We've addressed the criteria outlined in Chapter 14. Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of this, and we're just excited to bring more commercial opportunities to the south side of Santa Fe. And with that, I stand for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll get to the question part in a minute. Are there people who are from the general public, either present in the room or on the Zoom? Nobody on Zoom. And anyone here who wishes to testify from the general public? I don't see anybody raising their hand. In that case, let's go to the governing body for questions of staff or the applicant. We're doing both the general plan and the specific case of the rezone at the same time. So questions for staff or applicant. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mayor. Just had a couple clarifying questions. In the packet material, I just want to make sure that I understood what this was. The applicant was referencing the US Census data for 2020 on page 7 of the memo. And it says the US Census data for 2020 shows that population was over 150,000. Are you referring to county?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Ray, let me look at that. I believe that was probably an estimate of county and city. That seems a little high.
Yeah.
Granted.
So I'm assuming that was county. You were referencing county.
I believe those numbers were combined, Council.
Okay. Let me just see. 12 on page 12. You also reference let's see what it says. The subject site has been extraordinarily difficult to market due to C1 offices or C1 office uses not wanting to be within close proximity to Airport Road due to current noise volumes associated within that area. So I'm curious where that information came from.
So I think that this site has been vacant for a while, and that's one aspect of it, in addition to the limited uses that are allowed under the C1. That area is evolving, it's changing. The C2 zoning designation allows for more community commercial. And, the environment that we're living in, that no one really needs an office anymore. You can do a lot of things from home. So it is hard to market that type of use in this day and age.
But this was specifically about people not wanting C1 because they don't want to be in close proximity to Airport Road due to current noise volumes associated within the area. And I'm just wondering, according to who or what data source?
I think that was, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rayal, I think that was given to us from experience from the current owner, and they're not being able to market the site, and some of the noise from traffic may be associated from Airport Road. It is a very trafficked area and a heavily used road. But I don't know if that answers your question.
Kind of. I mean, I guess I just wonder where making statements like that, we should probably back it up from like some kind of data source or from the owner of the land. I have a question for staff. In the packet, it does indicate the use. It says that it will be a auto parts retail store. Is that just a guess, or is that confirmed that
Mayor Weber, Councilmember Villarreal, at the ENN, when this proposal was introduced to the community, the applicant did communicate with the community that the thought was that there might be an auto parts store there. And so that's where all of that began. Right now, the only application is for rezoning and a general plan amendment. They have not put together any type of site design or anything other than just communicating that.
or found a
Maybe a plan.
leasee, correct? Or someone that, well, the owner is potentially not necessarily going to sell it, right? They're going to sell it.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Ryle. So, yeah, as Heather stated, in the first ENN, we did have a user that was interested in the site. And, we try to be transparent with the community with all of our projects. And we let them know that that was a potential user because it fell under that C2 allowance. We've been working on this since May. Nothing's been finalized with a leasee or a new owner. That was one potential use, but nothing set in stone at the moment.
Because in past cases, we've talked about this parcel, those of us that have been on the council, of potential uses. And I know there was folks that wanted to have a grocery store. It never really came to fruition. But I'm wondering if my colleagues remember, or staff, was this the same parcel that there was consideration to put storage units?
Mayor, Councilmember Villarreal, I don't know.
So when we were saying storage units, they were climate controlled storage units, and we did not support that. Is that correct? If I recall that. I guess I just don't want us to be utilizing this uses that we already didn't feel like it was the appropriate commercial use. I'm not opposed to auto parts, retail store, or whatever else, but I guess I just didn't know if you all had a better idea of what was gonna.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rael,
Villarreal,
I apologize, it's late. If that were a type of use, it could potentially come back to you via a development plan. Or we can go in through administrative approved uses. As the moment, we are just trying to remarket the property and get it rezoned, and there really is nothing set in stone, as I said.
And staff, what's the pathway for this? Staff, sorry.
I'm sleeping.
Sorry.
Mayor, Councilmember Villarreal. So the pathway would be if the governing body were to find or were to approve this tonight, then the applicant there are different thresholds for submitting a development plan.
Mhm.
And so if there was one building less than 10,000 square feet that were to be built on this property, it would just be a building permit review at this point. So, but because the 10,000 square foot threshold is related to the fact that there's residential development nearby to the east and to the south as well. So once they get beyond that, or if there's multiple buildings and there needs to be sort of a mini master plan that is done through with the development plan tool, then that would come back to the planning commission for
Right.
review.
Yep, and it wouldn't come to us.
It would only come to the council if it were appealed or called up.
Right, okay. Well, I'm hoping that something that you all would, if we're really talking about a commercial use that's beneficial for the community, that it actually is something that's beneficial that, well, it would be nice to see a grocery store. I know that that was harder for somebody to make work, but yeah, I don't want to go back to that same issue that we dealt with not too long ago. I'll yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Was given the request of C2, and I think this is part of the discussion that we've just had. I think that was there any other consideration of any other type of zoning that would fit the projected possibilities of what's being proposed on this property?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, we did do an analysis of the site, and we felt that this area would best be served with the C2 designation due to the fact that it has access via the two surrounding streets, which is Geo Lane and I forget the other one. But we did look at that, and we felt like, you know, this would provide the most community commercial. The C2 would provide that,
Right.
other than other uses.
My question would be for staff. Ms. Lamboy, if you can answer this question.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, Councilor, I did not hear your question.
I was gonna
It was
ask
not
a
a-
question
no.
for staff.
It's for staff this time.
So if we do change this or grant this rezone to C2, I know that one of the permitted or one of the things that is allowable would be apartment complexes. I think that's something that a lot of people on our side of town have taken issue to. What would be the steps if this was C2 for a apartment complex to be approved on that? I know it wouldn't come to the governing body, correct? It would meet the development planning to the planning commission.
Mayor, Councilmember Garcia, yes, that's correct. It would go to the Planning Commission for multifamily residential. And there's a certain number of units that would be a threshold. I have to look at the code. But if there's very low density, you know, just a few units, that would be a building permit. But for multifamily, that would go to the Planning Commission.
So did you have something to add, Ms. Pagali?
Mayor, Counselor, the governing body could call up any final decision of the planning commission. If you do it within 30 days, and then you could make an additional decision about it. So it wouldn't automatically come to governing body, but unless it was an appeal, but if it was a final decision, you could make it come to governing body.
Thank you. And again, I'm not saying that that's what's going to happen here. I'm just stating for the record that that's a possibility, and I think that it would, you know, you always want to look at what's more advantageous for our south side community, for the streets. What do we bring as amenities? You know, what is allowable under these zoning codes? Was industrial 1, I can't remember which one is more advantageous to this type of a development, I1 or I2? I think I2 is for I1, yeah.
Mayor, Councilmember Garcia, the I-1 zoning district is further to the west on the airport road corridor.
Okay.
And it would not be appropriate in this particular case because there's no surrounding zoning. And I'm sorry, let me know why it's not duplicating automatically. I'm just going to show you the corridor with the different zone districts. And so proximity is something that is required when you're considering additional zoning districts or different ones. So another proximate zone districts is shopping center, which is to the north. But because the I-1 is further to the west, it cannot be considered as just the immediate surrounding properties.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Those are just my concerns. And I think that we always talk about the smart development of our street here, and many people use it. Obviously, we need the amenities to the community, whether it's opportunities to go shopping, opportunities to go to a store of some sort, and maybe a restaurant, something of that sort. And so, again, I'd hate to lose that piece of property to something else that's not going to be advantageous to the community. Those are my comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Lamboy, what are some of the other uses under C2 besides the art store and maybe a small apartment?
One moment. I am Mayor, Councilmember Rivera. I just want to, so I don't misspeak, pull up the permitted use table. I can go over that with you. Okay. There it is. All right, so with reference to the different types of community centers would be a permitted use of, there's different clinics and things like that that would be permitted, like a urgent care clinic or what have you. Then also there's, civic types of uses like a library or community center type of thing. And then retail is another one as well. And restaurant, those types of uses are permitted in C2 zone districts.
All right, would a storage facility be allowable?
Mayor, Councilmember Rivera, Victoria has the code in her head, but yes, it is a special use. So that means it would go to the Planning Commission, or I'm sorry, the Board of Adjustment for review and approval.
Just to the Board of Adjustment, not to the Planning Commission?
That is correct. Unless there is a special use request associated with a development plan, for instance, then the Planning Commission would consider that special use. But if it's just a use request, then it would go to the Board of Adjustment.
If it goes to the Planning Commission for development plan or something else, then we can request it to come to the governing body for a second review. That's what Ms. Gali said.
Mayor Weber, councilors, Councilor Rivera. Yes, that is correct. Within 30 days of the final decision of the Planning Commission.
What about the Board of Adjustment?
There is not a provision for Board of Adjustment.
Okay, and then under if it was approved tonight, and their use met all the requirements, it could just be approved administratively, and governing body would never, Planning Commission or governing body would never be able to see that.
Correct. It would be a building permit, which would be approved administratively. Those are appealable in by certain people in our appeals section as administrative decisions. It would get appealed to probably the Planning Commission, maybe the Board of Adjustments, and that would be the final decision. So that would not be appealable to governing body. It would be appealable to court.
All right, so this decision we're making tonight is pretty important. It could be final for that area and for the airport road area, depending on what was put on the property.
Correct, depending on what went there.
Yeah, Miss Lamboy, how does the airport road overlay district fit into, I guess, how this moves forward and what are the allowable uses? Is it any different?
Mayor, Councilmember Rivera, the airport overlay relates a lot to design and particular use prohibitions. So for instance, with alcohol type of uses, but that would be reviewed for the airport overlay, but it's more related to design in terms of fronting buildings on the street, not having so much parking adjacent and all that type of thing.
Right, so whatever they put in there would have to meet the airport overlay.
Mayor, council
Regulation.
members, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Cassidy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to my colleagues who started this line of questioning. That was also curious about what exactly we would be allowing with C2, the realm of possibilities. I'm curious, obviously, if we're talking about a community commercial property, there's benefit in looking to what the community needs. There also, in theory, is a good return on investment if you are building something that is something that the community desires. I'm not sure if staff can answer this question. Do you all know the borders of the Airport Road Main Street program? And is this included in kind of the area that's being covered by the Main Street program?
Mayor, Councilmember Cassett, I would have to look that up. I do not know.
Okay. Anybody know off the top of their head? I know I don't either. Has the applicant heard of the Airport Road Main Street program, and have you engaged with this community group?
You really can't do
We
that.
have to put you in the,
If you want to be
the micro.
sworn, you're certainly welcome to come testify.
Apologize, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett. We have not, but we have had some community engagement. We've had 2 ENNs with the community. Unfortunately, the second ENN, no one showed up. But we, as we move forward, we can have our owner of the property conduct more community outreach and engagement with the area.
Okay, so just the community, the main Airport Road Main Street program. And again, I'm not sure if this section of Airport Road is included in that. Maybe I'll look it up in a minute, but they're really taking a look at how do we design Airport Road, or how do, what is it that the community really wants? And I think that there's a lot of benefit of engaging with this type of group, really embedded in the South Side, very engaged community, working with our economic development department to really discuss, what are the things that the community needs? How can, there be this economic growth over here, as well as what's going to provide those necessary resources to continue growth on the South Side, and really turning it into, enhancing the quality of life for the residents there. So you may not be able to answer this question because you're not the owner of the property, but I would hope to see some engagement with this group, and really talking about the best use for this property and what's really going to not only serve the community, but what the community would be really excited about and willing to support. And I think that there's a lot of benefit there. And I apologize, it's very late, so I'm going to yield the floor right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Pat, can I ask you to answer a question or two on my behalf?
I can attempt to.
Thank you. Can you remind us what the criteria are for a change to the general plan?
Yes, Mayor Weber, it is in the memo, but I can also tell
If you can summarize, it would be just to, because I think what I also read the memo and the comments that came up at the time of the Planning Commission consideration. And I think there's a great interest in and a tendency to speculate on what might or might not be located on that site. But the actual criteria are different from that consideration. They're much more specific to what a general plan change requires.
Yes, so it is in section 14-3.2 E, which is amendments to the general plan. The approval criteria include consistency with growth projections for Santa Fe, economic development goals, and consistency with other parts of the general plan. This is a general plan amendment. And that the amendment does not change allow a change that is significantly different or inconsistent with the prevailing use and character of the area. Affect an area less than 2 acres, which this is more than 2 acres. Benefit one or few landowners at the expense of surrounding landowners and general public. And then
A number of other things.
a number of.
So the gist of what we're being asked with regard to the general plan, it seems to me the question one of the questions in front of us goes to items A, B, and C in particular, which is it consistent with growth projections? Is it consistent with other parts of the general plan? And does it more or less conform to the changes that have gone on within that area of the city, that corridor? And it cannot be less, we went through this on Saturday, it can't be less than 2 acres or it turns into a spot zone. And if I'm not mistaken, staff report recommendation says it meets these criteria.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Other questions for staff or the applicant on the general plan, or we're going to try to do these both at the same time on the zone change per se? Other questions? Going once, going twice. In that case, I'm going to close the public hearing. If we can reopen it if there's a motion, but I didn't see any other hands for questions. And I will entertain a motion or two for the general plan amendment and the zone change. Don't everybody speak at once. Councilor Garcia.
Okay, so I move to approve the request to amend the general plan future land use map from office to community commercial for property located at 6350 Airport Road.
There's a motion and there's a second to approve the request to amend the general plan. I'll entertain discussion at this time. In that case, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, Mayor, I apologize. Who was the second on that?
Councilor Lindell.
All right. Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Merriworth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. I'd also then entertain a motion on the next case. And Councilor Garcia, you still have the floor, sir.
I move to approve the request to rezone from C1 office and related commercial district to C2 general commercial for property located at 6350 Airport Road.
Is there a second? We have a second from Councilor Lindell. Discussion? Councilor Rivera.
Not discussion, but I hope the applicant does something nice for Airport Road. And I saw you writing down about the main street, so just wanted to let you know Miguel Acosta with Earth Care is with that Main Street program.
Thank you, Councilor. Good. I think we all share that sentiment. It's not literally in front of us, but we do have the opportunity to offer some friendly guidance on the highest and best use of that site. Councilor Cassett.
Thank you, Mayor. And I did confirm, I looked on the site and it is the entire Airport Road corridor. So this property is definitely within there as well. So I'm glad to hear you wrote down the name. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other friendly advice? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on the motion?
Yes, Counselor Lindell. Yes. Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Merriworth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Can you take us to the next item on the agenda, please?
Yes.
Madam Clerk?
Yep. Item 28 is appointments. We have 2 appointments to the Economic Development Advisory Committee. Kristen T, an appointment with a term expiring in June of 2024, and Mary Ondenine Glass. So that one,
Glass.
yes, with an appointment term expiring in June of 2024.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion to approve these appointments. There's a second. Is there discussion? Could you call the roll, please?
Yes, Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Merworth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Meeting is adjourned.